Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Thank you, Houston. We got it from here. Everything is nominal. Ooh, look at that guy in a gravity pocket. Holy shit. How's everybody doing here tonight? Good to see you. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you from 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. We've got all kinds of science over here. I'm going to reach over and turn some of these little knobs and shit. You can make sure that I'm doing science and serious stuff up in here. We got to make sure of that. So, kind of let people roll in here a little bit. I've had some interesting, I don't know if I could actually call them discussions, but fishing for stupid today. And today I was in the Facebook realm. Oh my, wow. Talk about taking some steps backwards. Something else with that shit. I got to tell you. Some of the dumbest shit that I ever heard in my life regarding proportions and how things have to remain proportionate to one another. They can't change. And I actually had somebody say that the view of the Earth from the moon is not proportionate as the view of the moon from the Earth. And it's like, how could it not be proportionate? Okay, and this whole thing came about from discussing the shadow ratio of an eclipse. And we'll get into that here in just a minute. We covered it the other night, and we talked about it a little bit, but I mean, there's no getting around this. You know what I'm saying? So what do we got? We got, wow, 19 people already watching right now. And we just started things up. Let's see who's in the... Let's just take a look here. Well, Angela Baby Carson, she's right at the top. And we got Don and FE Nation is here tonight. Good to see y'all. Kevin Barber, Mike Finnan, Pale Horse Rider, Plowboy 6756, Push Button 62, Sean Alkey. And of course, as you can see, we have This is an open panel on this. I've been trying to get some globies to come on up to discuss some of these things. They seem to lose their mind when I tell them that their globe is scientifically impossible and they have absolutely no proof of its existence. They lose their mind. And when you ask them simple questions like, how do they know what the composition, distance, and size of an object is by looking at it through a telescope? What do y'all think's the number one answer I get? What do y'all think? What do y'all think it is? Yes, that's right. Science. Cool word, man. Cool word, science. Okay. What science? So then they want to jump on this thing called spectroscopy. And this is I'm supposed to believe by them analyzing the spectrum of colors of objects that they deem to be millions of miles away or further, can tell them the composition of that object. You can already see how stupid that is, right? You can already tell how stupid that is. And when you tell them of their scientifically impossible globe, what do you mean scientifically impossible? It's been scientifically proven. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. The process of science, which I love this. Well, the science says, what do you mean? The science says. Science doesn't say anything. Science is a method of deducing to a truth. That's all that is. So it doesn't speak. It's a method. It's not a deity. It's not a God. It's nothing. It's a process, okay, of deductive reasoning, choice and elimination to deduce down to the cause and effect of whatever it is you're looking into finding the truth of. So when you point out that the impossibility of there being a ball of gas, like they say, well, I say, give me an example. Show me a ball of gas in a vacuum without containment. So they want to show me a picture of Jupiter, and from NASA, no doubt, the one from NASA. And they say, this is Jupiter and it's a gas giant. So I say, well, how do you know it's a gas giant? Well, science. Okay, what science? Spectroscopy. Well, have you ever used one of these magic telescopes that will tell you what something's made out of? If they actually have this technology and it's that accurate, then why are they not using it to determine where there's valuable mineral deposits and things like that on the Earth? I mean, that's even closer. Wouldn't their little magic telescope even work better? You know, just mount one up there on a satellite and fly over. You'd be able to find out where all the gold deposits are at. You'd be able to tell everything about it. But people are so gosh dang gullible that they'll believe things based on their perception of who tells them. And, you know, they know this. So they know this and they use it, and they've got to be laughing. I mean, when you see headlines that come through, I saw a thing today, Dave Weiss was showing a whole bunch of these different articles, science magazines and articles and shit that NASA releases and things like that, saying NASA says that there's an asteroid the size of 33 sheep going to narrowly miss the Earth. Are we measuring things in sheep now? And what kind of sheep are we using as a reference to this? Are these the standard Scottish sheep, or are these, you know, miniature? What are you talking about, right? Or an asteroid the size of 72 avocados is coming. What are you talking about? You people are supposed to be the, you know, the educated, the learned, right? And you're putting out shit like that. Well, that's because they know that you'll just go with it. They know you'll just go with it. They'll not you, you know, you guys, not you guys, but you know, those what we affectionately refer to as normies. You know, the ones that I'm talking about. So that's where I'm getting at with this. And it's just the fundamental impossibilities of one having a gas pressure system. Whoop, there's somebody. Sound like Peanut. Must have saw somebody walking down there or flying past the ISS, I mean. Whew, almost blew it, Todd. Almost blew it. All right. So the impossibility of having a gas pressure system without containment. And of course, where do they always go? With this goddamn gradient. And I'm like, you fool. There's a gradient inside of a gas cylinder. You know, like any gas, compressed gas that is in a cylinder has a gradient within it, man. It's more at the bottom than it is at the top. This is really highly evident in especially your gases like propane and other such gases, especially the more higher compressed. Because, you know, what do you think that empty spot above the liquid is? That's a less dense material, right? This is called a gradient. So we're only dealing with one gas within the cylinder, but we still have a gradient in two forms. So what's going on there with it? What's going on there? Right. So we have that, but the tank itself has an overall pressure of itself. You know, we don't have a little barometer we can use inside of the tank, but we know by the fact that there's a dense material liquid at the bottom of the propane tank, and there's a less dense material above it, that within that pressurized container, there indeed is a gradient. But it never at any point does it go to zero. Okay? Never at any point does it go to zero. It can't. All right? It just keeps equalizing as you use it until it gets to the same pressure as the outside of the tank. That's all. That's how it's going to work. It's called seeking equilibrium, equalization. It's really not that hard of a concept. So you would have to first prove that gravity can prevent that pressurized gas from escaping from the tank, regardless of whether the tank is breached or not. So in other words, in order to believe that, you would have to believe that gravity could contain a compressed gas away from containment. So if you had a box and you suppose it had like a little remote control lid or whatever, however, I mean, your common sense, you don't actually have to do this experiment. You can just think on it. All right. So you have this box, got a little remote control lid, you got a vacuum chamber, and you got a table to set it on. So we're going to take this box and we're going to seal it right here in the regular room with the air, and we're going to seal that up inside the box. And then we're going to place it inside the vacuum chamber. We haven't done anything else yet. Now, we have to acknowledge the fact that myself, the vacuum chamber, the box, the air in the box, the air around the box, the air around the vacuum chamber, and myself are all being held fast to the earth by this theory of gravity. Okay? This is what we are told. So we reduce the pressure inside of the box to as near to a complete vacuum as we possibly can without destroying the vacuum chamber. We get it to that level, to the limit, and then open the box. You hit the little button and open the box. If gravity holds the air, then that air should remain in that box. But we know that it won't, because as soon as the seal of that box is breached, there's a sudden, violent reaction called equalization. The pressure wants to adhere to the pressure that surrounds it outside. This works in both directions. When the pressure outside increases, it causes compression, press. I had somebody argue with me today that press was not the root word of pressure. I said, it absolutely is. So I just gave him a screenshot of the dictionary definition, and the very first definition it gave was the act of pressing. And I was like, you gotta be shitting me, man. For real? For real, yo? Oh my God. So that disproves the idea. Oh, good God, here got the fucking Geico caveman is with us. Check this shit out.
Buy Geico today.
So I got to tell you real quick, my fantasy Geico commercial. All right. So the commercial starts out and it's got the little gecko is standing on the desk of the like executive of Geico. And he's talking to him with his little Australian accent like he does and everything. And in the background, you see the Geico caveman go walking by the door. And as he looks in, he backs up and then walks into the office, picks up the little gecko and eats him. And then walks out. I think that would be like the best Geico commercial ever. That's kind of dark.
You could tie that to insurance, and some guy in the background, you see some guy just pile into him, and the Geico rat thing gets spit out.
Right.
And that's real insurance or something like that. Just something catchphrasey.
Dude, we are like totally Madison Avenue material, man. Look at that shit, man. And here we are on fucking YouTube. What's up, bro?
I just won't give it to them. I'm not willing to give them something for them to give us nothing and expect something in return.
Do you want to know something, Nubs? In all reality, though, if you saw a commercial exactly as we just described come out, would you be pissed or not?
I've had shit like that happen. I've came up with ideas and watched Shark Tank and been like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You know, or I'll look at their idea and I'll be like, yeah, that was the same idea I had, only it did this and this and this.
Well,
not just one thing.
I was gonna one time try to get like, okay, so all the black people, I was gonna get them riled up because of the fact that there were no black people colored Band-Aids.
Now they have them.
And now they have them, man. It's like they stole my idea and my reason for rebellion. So, you know, that's 2 strikes, bam, you know. But I mean, I was going to even put it out there like, look, there it is. The racist white police beat you and then force you to cover your wounds with the same color as your oppressor's skin.
That's going a little bit extreme that I wouldn't do, but I get where you're coming from.
I could sell that to the RB guy that was Flow State was talking to.
Oh yeah, you could totally sell it to him. He's fun.
Yeah, I would.
He's fun. It's just because I'm white.
I should try it.
That would be entertaining. Make sure you get a hold of me when you do.
I wonder if I can get him, if I can float the Velvet Croman story by him.
Possibly.
Dude, I should totally try that. Because, man, listen, that's a convincing story. And I made it all up off the cuff the first time I did it. I made it all up off the cuff. And the next thing I knew, like about a week later, I heard some other people talking about, yeah, man, and his name was Velvet Croman. He would put that stuff on your shoes. And I was like, oh, fuck, they believed me.
Oh man, I was on his channel for a couple of hours. In fact, Flow State actually came up and it was pretty entertaining because he was throwing me under the bus and I'm just laughing.
Brian Stabley's here. Good to see you, Brian. Hey, I stopped by and gave you a view and a thumbs up, and I'm sorry, man. I can only take about maybe 30 seconds of that dude's voice before I'm just like want to punch the fucking screen. So I
that RR or whatever.
No, it's just Brian Stabley.
Oh, I'm Brian.
Okay. With Zetetic Warrior.
Oh, he tried to G-check me, whatever the fuck that is.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, the dude's voice just pisses me off. I don't like him.
Well, it was funny because he came out and he was like, you're toxic to the airwaves. I was like, have you looked in the mirror, dude? Like, there's videos about how shitty you are. There's no videos to my knowledge. And even if there are, I don't give a fuck.
I don't ever recall you encouraging anybody to off themselves, so... You know,
every once in a while, you know, if the mood fits, I still don't do it. Yeah. So, and now a public servant, foreign representative, Now, I would suggest that they would follow through with their word, and if they commit treason to follow through, I'll donate for that. But that's about where it ends.
Right.
No, that dude over there, he's like literally, it's like talking to Jack Talcott, only black, and every third word, it's because I'm black or it's because you're white.
Dude, I know. It was like I watched that one day, and it was like I couldn't believe it, man. It was like everything he was talking about. He was like, talk about somebody who's all in. That's what I refer to somebody who's I mean, they're down with the and believe the globe, and they watch the news, but they don't just watch the news. They're selective. They decide whether or not Fox is better than CNN or MSNBC. They're looking at one of three shit pies and deciding from that. And I'm like, this guy, oh my God, he's so all in, and everything is because he's black.
Yep.
Everybody's racist, and I mean, this guy.
No. Not everybody. If you don't agree with him, that because you're either an Uncle Tom if you're black, or you're a cracker if you're white, and you don't agree with him.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to say that I was racist, and I was like, I was gonna say, wait, racist? What? You mean you're black? Really? I didn't notice until you mentioned it, but yeah. Oh, now I see that. Okay.
I thought you were just a douchebag.
Yeah.
I thought that was the shit that you were talking was coming over your skin.
He says, I'm a black Tom. Brian Staley says, I'm a black Tom. So yeah, that was entertaining. So I've been having some fun on Facebook with some of these fools. It's good sparring. Have you ever done it?
I love folding clothes with people in them.
It's almost not even, it almost doesn't even seem fair half the time,
Well, when you bring it into that cognitive dissonance sets in so fucking quick, because all you do is open a Sprite can and you're like, hey, how'd that happen? Because it's actually happening in front of them. And wouldn't that same thing happen without containment here?
Well, what's so funny,
No.
they become so unhinged when you logically refute and show from a scientific standpoint.
It's so simple, even a caveman can do it.
Exactly. It's like, wait a second. So we were going over the ratios of the moon, and I said I was going to cover a little bit of that here in a minute. And it's real easy. Anybody, if I remember, we learned ratios in fourth grade. They first taught us fractions. We were learning fractions toward the end of third grade, and in fourth grade it was full. Everybody hated them, but I thought it was kind of cool because I knew how to convert it into a decimal.
Right.
And so we learned ratios, and it just stands to reason. This fraction is the same as this fraction. It's scale. That's all it is, right?
Right.
So what we have is during a lunar eclipse, or a solar eclipse, rather, the moon leaves a shadow on the Earth 70 miles wide. Okay. Right. You got a calculator or a piece of paper and pen?
Not handy.
Okay, so anybody at home, go ahead and just write this down. 70 miles. Okay, you got 70. All right, and this is the dark area that's left by an object that is 2,160 miles in diameter. Okay, so we have to put 70 over 2,160. Okay. Now what we do is over on the other side of the little teeter-totter is we have to get the diameter of the Earth, which is 7,918, 18 or 16, one of the two. Anyway, so what we do is we multiply. Okay, we have a fraction over here, 70 over 2,160. So you multiply the 70 times the diameter of the Earth, then divide it by the diameter of the moon, And that should give you how big the shadow is across the moon when there's a lunar eclipse.
Right.
Okay. And what we find is that the ratio makes the Earth cast a dark shadow of only 256.5 miles in diameter, which is about 1/10 the size of the diameter of the moon.
Right.
So something's not right. Okay, what does this mean? This means that either the size of the Earth is wrong, or the size of the moon, or the distance to the moon is wrong.
Or all of the above.
Right? Or that none of these phenomena are caused by the moon going across the sun or the Earth's shadow crossing the moon.
Right.
See, that's an assumption. All of that
Big
is
one.
an assumption. Yes.
It's a huge assumption that is easily disputed.
The Selenennial eclipse is what really fucks these people up. And I saw one in California. And that's where the eclipse is happening across the face of the sun, but the moon is visible some other place. And that happened to me in California a few years back when there was a Selenennial eclipse there.
It was here too.
Yeah.
I saw the same thing and I was like, wait a second, because that was about when I was starting to come into all this information, and that was like one of the coffin nails, and I'm like,
That's a big one. That's a big one.
Because I see it right there, and that's right there. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Because that is not that.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That should clinch it for people, but instead they get angry, right? They want to get angry. And I had someone tell me, said, "Where did you go to school?" And I'm like, what the fuck does that matter where I went to school? And they were like, well, how are you qualified to speak on these matters? And I was like, well, how are you qualified to decide who's qualified to speak on anything?
What you got to realize is they went to meth class, not math class.
Oh my God, man. Well, that's the one that triggered him. That triggered him real bad. And the guy says, well, you don't understand the penumbra and the umbra. And I said, yeah, I do absolutely understand that. And the ratio doesn't work out either way with either one, the penumbra or the umbra. So you're fucked. Sorry. And that's
my favorite.
That's the guy that said that it would not be proportional, the viewing the Earth from the moon as it would be viewing the moon from the Earth.
Give me a break.
So that's the kind of brain that accepts the picture from the moon of the Earth rise, and the Earth is no bigger than the moon is from the Earth. And it's like, no way that thing should dominate the fucking sky.
No wonder they call us man, and that is defined as an animal or a beast.
Right.
With that kind of thinking, I get that kind of thinking.
Yep. And it's lazy. It's lazy because it's like, oh, someone else smarter than me. Well, there's your mistake. First off, you're assuming someone else is smarter than you. Okay. Everybody's just as smart as anybody else. It's a lot of people don't know how to fucking use their brain. Okay. They don't. And I don't know. Maybe that's not true. There are some really dumb people, but,
I don't think that it's like, for instance, I just kind of quit, I just kind of fired / he quit at the same timesies type thing, my employee. And it was because he had chosen a lifestyle that would cause stupidity.
Right. I understand. Sure.
And he got away from that lifestyle, and then he started going back to the people, places, and things. And I kind of looked at him. I was like, you have an opportunity to go to Virginia and have a house and a job, and you don't want to do it. You'd rather hang out panhandling on the side of the fucking road.
Right. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Dumb is dumb when you finally
Well,
decide that you're dumb. You finally decide you are dumb.
right. Well, there's you know, just there's also self-destructive that we can't discount. There's a lot of people that are like that. They're just self.
We like comfort, even
Yeah,
if comfort isn't comfort.
right.
If you grew up in an abusive home, you'll probably find an abusive mate because it's comfortable.
Well, you know, this is the thing. This is very telling of the brainwashing involved behind the globe. Okay, and really anything, and it's an element, I believe, of groupthink. Okay, and what they do is that they rely on ridicule as a way of beating you towards consensus.
Right.
All right. So there was in one of these guys, he said, how do you say that? He says, your inability to grasp science is why we laugh at you. And I said, who is we? And how did you get their permission to speak for them? Or do you have a mouse in your pocket?
That's it.
You know? And he didn't know what to say to that. And I said, secondly, we are using science right now. We're using a process of deductive reasoning, mathematics, and proofs. Okay, that's
not hypothesis.
Right. You see, the reason it's still called the theory of gravity is since 1666. Oh, there's an interesting year. But since 1666, it's been known as the theory of gravity because it's never been proven. Now, that is a scientific fact.
They sure do try to put it in. Like, you look that up on Google or anything like that, you have to look.
Yeah.
Because it's the assumed value, and they just say it real quick. If you aren't listening, you don't hear anything because you're not listening.
Right.
You know, but the one that gets me, the one that really gets me, that I just laugh at people. And legitimately, like out loud, are you fucking kidding me? Laughing at people is corpuscular rays.
Yeah.
It's triangulation. Easy triangulation.
All right, I'm going to show you something. Hang on. I know how I can get it. Hold up one sec. I know how I can get it. All right, so this is great. I found this today, and I'm going to save it over here to the computer because I had it on my phone. Download. Bang. Okay. So.
Is that annoying? Can you hear that?
Yeah, what is that? Oh my God. Was it got a squeaky toy thing? Like a.
No, that's him. He'll sit there.
Oh, he's growling at it. Yeah. Peanut does that. She had a stick outside today. She found a stick and she was so goddamn happy. And I went over there and started grabbing at it. And she started doing it. Like she wanted me to pull with it and shit. See? That's right there is one of the things that makes her the happiest of anything is a stick. I swear to God. Now, this is what your sun rays would look like if the sun was 93 million miles away. Okay.
Right.
This is also what the sun rays would have to be doing against a globular Earth in order for Eratosthenes and his faithful assistant Theses to have conducted an experiment where they magically were able to communicate over 500 miles to another observer at the same time of day regarding some sticks and shadows. So that's what parallel sun rays do right there. I've demonstrated this with a simple kitchen experiment before. I'm going to do a more comprehensive one here in the future, perhaps tomorrow. But this is right here. No one has ever seen this before. No one will ever see that ever. Okay.
Nope, because this one goes that way and that one goes that way because it's right there as the main source. And the fact that people can't see that tells you how deep the programming really grows.
Exactly. It's scary. It's scary how much how deep it goes, you know?
It's not only that, it really, if you look at it, the whole Scaligerian dialect
Hegelian.
or whatever the fuck it is.
Hegel, his name was Hegel. So it's known as a Hegelian dialectic. The guy that like laid
No,
it out.
the Scaliger dialect is what I'm
What's
talking
that one?
about.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'm not familiar with that.
He's the guy that did use chronography to figure out the timeline. Okay. Well, later on, there was somebody doing research about the moon and the phases of the moon, and they looked at it and they were like, okay, well, we're going back in history and we can't find this. But the moon doesn't skip. So that means that he wasn't there, but the moon was, and it wasn't there, and it wasn't then, because it couldn't have been, because this is documented throughout history time and time and time again.
Right.
Well, then if you the other thing, so basically all of our history is all kinds of fucked up because there's triplets, quadruplets. They had to add a couple of thousand years in there somewhere.
They certainly have. There is so much evidence of time manipulation. The Gregorian calendar is a big fuck. It really is. Hold on. Whoa, shit. Somebody been hitting me up.
The other thing that I've been researching, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but the story of the Christ.
Well, it's the age-old story of the God man. It's a
No, it's the story of the Pisos. It's their family story.
But the whole concept of the God man, the Christo,
right,
anointed, that is the actual realization of higher self. Is exactly what.
Right. I'll agree to research more. I don't have enough to just simply say yes.
Yeah. Well, it's see, that's why when I say all these people are telling the same story,
yes,
just in a different way, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's all about enlightenment. It's all about higher existence. It's all about higher consciousness. Every aspect of it. That's what it's supposed to be.
If you look at the storyline, though, when the Christed figure was supposed to be around, and I say supposed, not believing, not disbelieving, I'm saying it's a story that I don't know. If you look at it, though, and you look at where at in history, none of it makes sense. None of it. And you can rip holes in it the size of Mexico. And not only that, but it follows other historical events. Like when Flavius Josephus did this, that, and the other thing, and then that corresponds over here to that, this, that, and the other thing, and they're all the same miracles. And literally, in order to get as many prophecies fulfilled,
right,
it would literally have to be no questions asked.
You have to. Now, I agree. Josephus was quite a chronologer of his time.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't in that time. He wrote himself in to that time.
You think so?
I do.
Thing, I know he kept. He heralded all of Herod's triumphs and his failures, his atrocities and his benevolence.
The reason for that is they couldn't deal with the uprising of the Hebrews in the land.
What I'm getting at is that there's absolutely no mention of this slaughter of the innocents. And this brings me to and I don't want to go off on the Bible, but this, where Luke is so diverse from the other Gospels.
Lucian.
Yeah, because Luke, what happens is in there, it says that his birth was proclaimed to the temple, which would have meant that Herod would have found out immediately and not 3 years later and then send and kill all these kids 3 years or younger. Okay. So and surely something that atrocious he would have written about.
You
Josie.
look at
Pretty
you
sure.
look at the Gospel of Luke, and then you do a study. I do believe his name is Lucius Pisos. He's in the Pisos line or lineage.
Trust.
It's the family, and basically what they were doing is they couldn't handle the Hebrews, so they converted them to Hellenism, and that's where you get the story of the Maccabees and this like that whole storyline comes in, and if you read the book of the Maccabees, it makes a little more sense.
Doesn't Maccabees sound like a restaurant?
Applebee's, Maccabees, yeah,
I mean, I thought that before there was even Applebee's. I was like, that would be a good name for a restaurant if it wasn't already taken up in the Bible. That's fucked up.
right.
But that's why I was saying, like last night, we were saying, I was like, why me? Why me? Of all people, why me? Am I being allowed to see shit and pick up on this? And it's like, I figure I would be like one of the last choices, amongst, there's a bunch of us, most of the people that are here tonight are people just like that.
Right.
And it's like, we're able to see the things that the quote unquote normals, the normies, they just don't fucking see it. Now, unfortunately, we had a guy last night, Billy, and I hated to have to do it, but I couldn't deal with him no more. He'd come on drinking. Now, I've pinned the link to come on up into the chat on Facebook or on the chat here in YouTube, and I've also offered it out to several of these mouthy fuckers on Facebook. Yet nobody has decided to take it yet, but I guess that's how it is when you have to go by a script to answer everything, and all is a keyboard, but that's all right. That's not a big deal. And, we can deal with that. So anyway, when poor Billy would come on, and he'd obviously been drinking, and I don't think he could help not just blurting in and talking over people. And when I'm in the middle of making a point, I cannot stand that when somebody just jumps in there, and then especially if it's something random that doesn't even have to do with what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm like, oh my God, stop doing that.
I'm always on point, but I am a rude motherfucker, so I apologize in advance.
Well, you've gotten really a lot better, Nubs. I'm just going to tell you that, because I know you've been making an effort to not do that. I can tell. So,
well, what it is it's not that it necessarily aggravates other people. It's that I see the shit in my own backyard, and I need to clean up after my own dog before I need to talk about anybody else's dog.
Right. But yeah, it's and there it again. It's I don't understand. Oh, what do you think about my prediction, man? What do you think about my prediction that they're going to hit it? We'll hit a tipping point at flat Earth by sometime next year.
I could see that. I can see that.
It's really.
I'm curious. Would you be willing to put a poll up?
Yeah, I can do that. Hold on.
Here's my question. How many people in the chat have an NDE? I think it was up on your channel last night that you guys were talking about the people that are able to see the Mandela. I'm curious, and your channel would be a great place. I don't know how many people are in chat.
Oh, wait. What happened? Okay, there we go. Let's see. So I have to go here, and how do I do that? Let me see. I got to remember how I do that.
Me personally, I had SIDS or near SIDS when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So I died a few times. And I was like dead. It wasn't a near death experience. It was like I was dead and they revived me. The longest I was out, I don't remember exactly. It was long enough that it caused brain damage that was not necessarily irreversible, but I've worked my ass off to get to where I am.
A friend of mine, he's family actually, and he got thrown out of a fucking back of a pickup truck.
Ooh.
Got into a wreck one time and fucked his head all up and shit, and he was like in a coma for a while. And I thought that was the reason he was really, really stupid. But then I met his family, and I decided that it was really kind of hard to tell if it wasn't already stupid to begin with.
Well, even as a business owner, I'm the least successful out of all my brothers and sisters financially. That is, my
That's a state, that's subjective. That whole thing about being successful is a subjective reality.
when I'm looking at it, I'm not looking at it necessarily. I look at their family lives because I'm privy to that information. Because if you're constantly at work and you have a lot of money and you have a family that doesn't know who you are, you're not being successful. Like it doesn't work. But
So by their standards of what they gauge as a success, this is what their opinion of that is.
Right.
That it's based on your amount of accumulated quote unquote debt notes.
Right. Stuff. Okay. Debt notes. Yeah, that's not the standard that I'm going off of. I'm going off of as far as where we're at in life. We're all very close, but as far as monetary, my brother, he has a business that they sold, and I think I was telling you a while ago, very, very competitive business, government contracts through like 500 employees, big fucking company. My sister does head shrink shit. It's not trying to get into my personal life too much, but nevertheless, I can't not without telling the story. So, but it's interesting. They always call me when they need something done.
This is kind of interesting. We've only had 21 votes, but come on, people, go ahead and hit that poll. We got 54 people in the chat and the watching. Hit that like button too. Helps in the algorithm, and we can get out to more people and get into some even more insane discussions. But right now, with the only 21 people voting, we've come up with 57% say yes.
That's an interesting statistic.
Sean Alki, I think, said, I think that was him. Forgive me if I'm wrong. He said, should I include a not sure option? But it was too late by the time the poll was already up.
I'm not sure. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, if you haven't been up on the poll, get your ass up there and shake your little thing that your mama gave you or your daddy gave you, whoever gave it to you. Get up there and shake it.
Shake your groove thing, come on. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I like that funk music, man. I do. I dig that. I kick back. I love to listen to me some Parliament, Flashlight.
Right.
I love that shit, man.
Do you like blues or anything like that?
Yeah, I love most genres of music. Okay, so if you were to ever, I've got a playlist of all my music, and I have it set to random, and you would be surprised how shifty. I mean, It goes, but it's all music I like. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it.
Right.
You see, so what you get into there again, that's another herd thing that we do kind of unconsciously.
All of it is,
and there again, driven by peers and perception, right? But if you
I also think there's
people will usually, especially people that listen to a lot of music, they start to dress and act in accordance with the music that they listen to. And that's because it's a resonant frequency that they start resonating in. Okay. Yeah. So the guy with the spiky piercings and the unapproachable look, and he listens to the death metal and shit like that, he's reflecting that same harshness of that vibration. Whereas the guy that's listening to the top 40 and shit, he's probably, slacks, cardigan, sweater, that kind of thing, not really quite that exaggerated, but you know where I'm going with it, So we tend to start to resonate with the frequency result of the type of genre of music. And so this is why I've often said I cannot be pigeonholed. I cannot be pigeonholed because it's funny as shit. People try to figure me out. And I'm like, no, you won't be able to ever figure me out because I'm unique. Okay. You're trying to equate me with some type of phylum or group or species or what, how that shit, it's not going to work.
Right.
You're just going to have to mean what this is, a category all of its own. Okay. So go start there. And I think everybody should be that way, really. Doesn't mean we have to be at odds with one another, but don't be swayed. This is what I was saying, it's opinion based, and this is why they're ridicule. And that guy would make that statement like that. This is why we laugh at you. Who the fuck is we?
The mouse, I'm telling you. Actually, it might be a squirrel because something's getting those nuts.
Right. And what do you mean? What is funny about a fact, scientifically demonstrable fact, that proportions and ratios must stay within constant of one another? That is
it's a defense mechanism, man.
I mean, I don't even understand why that even needs to have to be fucking explained. That's evident.
Right. But what I'm saying though is it's that cognitive dissonance. I know what I know, and it has to be right because I can't be wrong.
Right. Exactly.
What I was going to say to the music, though, is music in itself is a muse. A muse is much like a fairy type, and so I definitely would say that there is absolutely a spiritual aspect with that resonance frequency. I mean, resonance in itself, it kind of goes into that quasi-science / spirituality where they kind of meet, at least in my opinion.
I want to roll something by you because this is kind of crazy too. So I'm going to go down this line of thought for a minute. All right. Now, this is not meaning that this is, we're quoting, saying this is a fact or any other thing like that. This is just for your mind. Okay. So what we do here on Sovereign Soul, for those of you that don't know, is that to have an unchained mind is to not glue yourself to a paradigm. Okay. And in the words of the late, great Frank Zappa, your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. All right. That being said, when we observe the luminaries, the stars, we notice that they all have their own unique properties, that they all seem to resonate at a different frequency, their own unique personal frequency, right? Now, in many traditions, and in the Christian traditions, we hear of the choir of angels, and also many traditions that believe that the stars are actually entities or angels, if you will. And just stay with me here for a minute. Now,
I'm on the boat. I'm paddling.
All right. So Lucifer, do you know what his profession was? Do you know what he did? He
was the chief of all of the angels. He was the most important of all of worship.
But what was his skill?
He was a singer, if I remember correctly.
He was a musician, right? Okay. Now, think about this. We know that reality, the physical reality that we are experiencing, is a result of a vibration of energy and frequency, right? When it comes right down to the fundamental aspect of it. An orchestra, if you will, or a chorus of angels. Think about this. What if each one of the stars is a component of projecting the reality that we are experiencing on this earth?
That actually kind of, I see where you're going with that. I'm not saying it makes sense, but I definitely see where I'm looking in the same direction. We're on the same boat.
Ooh, so this orchestra, this song that all of them are singing at one time, causing this reality in which we find ourselves in, this 3D reality here in the earth. and that's their job.
Right. Because that was the thing. That's why a third of the angels were cast to the depths, because they stopped doing their job.
Right.
They
Now they're
came.
doing it here. Because what's their primary weapon? Frequency, vibration, and energy.
Yeah.
Through
And that's
music.
why that tie between the quasi science and quasi spirituality exists. It's that interface. It's that intermediate.
Man.
And I think that it goes much deeper than that. For instance, take for instance the original people that quote unquote came up with the camera system. They were the Lumiere brothers for the video.
Yeah.
The light bringers.
Yeah.
Wait, Morning Star, light bringer. That sounds familiar. Kind of like when you start looking into these things and you see the same fucking name in different versions. Well, maybe it's the same dynasty in different places. So the one place looked at it this way and they called it the Moorish Empire.
Mm-hmm.
The next country over was the Maoris or the Moristos.
Right. They have different variations on the same name, but within their own dialect. Yeah.
Right. So you have 10 different tribes of Moors called 10 different things from 10 different places.
Yeah.
But they're all Moors and they're all under the same ideology.
Right.
Kind of.
Doesn't necessarily mean a race.
Right. Yeah. It means ideology. It means a way of thinking. It means what cattle are you with?
Right. It's a herd. Once again, a herd. But this is what cracks me up. These motherfuckers telling me, that, oh, well, these stars. What I'll ask them. I say, what are they? They'll ask me. They say, oh, it's a giant. It's like giant suns. They're huge, and they're out there in space, light years away, and they're a burning ball of gas. And I'm like, they're a burning ball of gas. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? And they'll say, well, because and they come up with some stupid shit and say spectroscopy, and I'm like, oh, well, what's that mean? How do you get a ball of gas in a vacuum to start with? Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, how do you get a ball of gas to form in a vacuum in order to become big enough that it's so much gas that it wants to crush in on itself and causes nuclear fusion? How the fuck did it collect in the first place? It couldn't.
And how? I've never seen a pressurized gas, even under extreme pressures. Now, granted, it's in containment. I don't know how it deals in non-containment, but in massive quantities, you don't have propane blowing the fuck up.
Right.
It doesn't spontaneously just catch on fire because it's under pressure in a vacuum.
Right. So the whole thing is ridiculous. It's a religion. It requires
you think about
faith, belief. It's basically it's a religion for atheists, is what it is.
No. I think it goes deeper than this, man. And this is speculation. I don't know. But what I was talking about earlier, if hypothetically what I said about the Pizos family creating the new law to get the Hebrews away from the old law, well, what we're talking about is we're talking new law versus old law, the creator versus the creation of man. Because all of it is it's Hellenism. It's
what it is. It's sun worship.
Okay? Right.
It's fucking sun
It's
worship.
the cult of the sun.
Right. And this is even up to including the modern church today. Why do they go to church on Sunday? When the Bible says that the day of rest is on the Sabbath, which is Saturday. Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Okay?
Right.
So I don't know. There's that. Why do we celebrate? Why do we celebrate the birth of the risen sun on the day that the sun comes out of its stagnation after the solstice? That's interesting. Why do
That
we celebrate Easter when it's at the equator, the equinox? Why do we do this? Come
well,
on.
not only that, but why is the word Easter so close to a star, who is represented by an egg and a rabbit and bloodshed
Well, of course,
and dying
it's also
eggs?
the sun is coming back. We have
Right.
the rebirth of everything, the risen sun or coming back from being dead and everything. Yeah, yeah.
Well, think about this: Easter, Earth Day. Earth.
But here's the thing: is
Earth
that
is an egg. It's a
these
little fatter on the bottom. Remember?
what the pseudoscientists have done. What the pseudoscientists have done is they repeatedly use their retarded nonsense theories and treat them as fact. Okay.
Tell
And
me that's not straight out of Hitler's theories.
well, I mean, it's like this whole thing about gravity. Okay. So you're going to take this theory that's never been proven and try to ascribe it to an object in the sky that you know absolutely fucking nothing about. And then build a whole model around this assumption that that is some kind of terra firma that's floating around and has a theory of gravity to it.
Well,
That's so we just going to treat that as fact. We don't have any goddamn proof of it.
in the scriptures, it would say that the planets are wayward stars that are to be judged on Judgment Day. So there's an actual description, and that's what I'm saying. It's separating ourselves from our creator
Right?
when we ourselves are our own creator. We are aspects, we are pieces of a whole, in my opinion. I could be very wrong. We could be totally opposite, and you're from one star and I'm from another star.
Well,
I don't fucking know.
let me just tell you how circular their logic is, these people. When I asked that fella, I says, well, Jupiter, you said it's a gas giant. He says, and I said, how do you know? Somebody else answered and said, well, because we sent this spacecraft that went into the Jovian atmosphere back in 1995. And I was like, oh, did they now? I mean, wait a second. Because they told you that they sent a magic garbage can that went to Jupiter and then somehow transmitted fucking data back to the Earth, which what the fuck, how many million miles is Jupiter from Earth? I think it's even further than the sun.
Well, that all checks out, man. That all
And I'm
seems
like,
logical and right.
yeah, what is the distance to Jupiter? Jupiter from Earth. Let's see.
Well, not only that, but if we fly around like this, how does the laser know when to come back when we're in the right alignment?
Well, yeah, I know. Well, how does the damn thing have a transmitter powerful enough to transmit that distance? So let's see. What do we see?
Now we're
Yeah.
talking science.
Okay, so Jupiter is 444 million miles away from the Earth.
It'd still be traveling there.
So close to 5 times the distance that the Earth is from the sun is how far that is. So 5 times 8 is 40, about 50. So it's 1 light hour away from the Earth. Jupiter is supposedly 1 light hour.
Well, the fastest we can go in.
Hold on, I'm going to here. Let me tell you why I'm going to call bullshit on that. Because if the moon, or I mean the sun, is supposedly no, there's no way you would even see Jupiter if it was that far away. There's no way. What's the diameter of Jupiter? So they're saying it's 444 million miles away. So what's the diameter of Jupiter?
It's a gas giant. Just believe the science, man.
So the diameter of Jupiter is, oh, they got to do it in kilometers. Why they got to do that?
So it confuses us dumb Americans.
I know, it's gay. So all right, well, I'll just do it this way. So kilometers, that's for homos.
Homos and Canadians.
And Canadians, yeah. No offense, Sean Elke and Angela. Canada
That's
sucks.
why I separated it, homos and Canadians.
All right, hang on. Let me see. They were pulling this thing up. All right, so how many kilometers? 138. 138. 346.5. Okay, which equates to 85,964 miles. So you're telling me that an object that is 5 times further from us than the sun
The
and
human eye can't see
is
that far.
1/10 the size can be seen from Earth that visibly, that clear? That's fucking horse shit.
My eyes are really good. I don't need glasses or anything, but goddamn, I can see that shit with my naked eye.
What kind of possible reflective properties could Jupiter have that would allow it to reflect light from the sun one light hour away? No, wait, 40. Let's see. So if 8 times is 5.
I wonder what the luminary output is versus
5 times further away, right? So 5 times 8 is 45, about 50 minutes, light minutes. That's ridiculous, man. That is as dumb as shit. And they think that they sent a thing about the size of a goddamn Volkswagen that somehow has a transmitter that can transmit. That's a 500 million miles, ain't it? That's almost 500 million miles. That's ridiculous. It's stupid.
Can we pull up that transmitter? Can we look at what it is? Do they have the specs on it?
Oh, I don't know. Probably if you go over to NASA.org, that's where I looked at the moon rover one time. I looked at their little dune buggy for the moon.
It's more than our brains can do.
Dude, it was it had battery. It's a battery operated thing. And if you look at the temperature recommendation or the temperature ranges that the battery will operate in, both the hot and cold aspects of the moon are both beyond the ranges of that battery's capability to function.
Right.
Like, so what are they doing? They had that little umbrella turned upside down, like they're going to transmit 250,000 miles back to the Earth with a little umbrella the size of a salad bowl. You got to be shit.
Wouldn't that signal be so far spread?
Good to meet you, by the way, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Man. I've been watching you for a while, man.
Yeah, I've seen you in the chat. Welcome
aboard. Yeah, I super appreciate it, man.
What's on your mind, bro? What do you think
nothing, man. I was listening to you talk about before about the Catholic Church and all that stuff, and the sun worship. I don't know if have you heard of the Sol Invictus was the
Invictus? Yep, Sol Invictus.
Religion before that, that was who saw the cross in the sky? Charlemagne or when he converted to Christianity after he saw the cross in the sky. You know what I'm talking about? Before previous, that was all that. That was the Mithros. Constantine, there you go. Yeah. The Mithros was all them guys were all that stuff.
They were all Pizos, dude.
I remember hearing on I think it was on Crow about how they have that whole setup's in the basement of the Vatican, and once a year they bring that one up to have the good party. The the good get down is the Mithros, the real true, because that's I don't know how anybody could be Catholic anymore.
I know.
Dude, it's a trip.
This is I posted this earlier today.
I think there's a big clue on that. Because obviously they give us all sorts of, hey, I didn't think about that. Because some of them have to be set up so we look at them and say, hey, that's a clue. And it's probably really nothing, but it looks like a clue. So we're going to go off on our rabbit trails. But when you're dealing with history and you see a historical narrative that's backed up by historical record, and you look at it from somebody's perspective, and they're sitting there writing the holiest of holy books, and he's the king of Northumbria in England or England. You know, like, and you're like, wait a second.
All
Did he
done by
really
man.
write those books?
Video.
You know, I'm just saying it's all very, very, very telling. And if you bring the etymology of the names of places like Sweden, that's the tribe of Dan.
Southwest Eden, maybe.
Southwest Eden.
The
No,
Vatican
Edenites or Edomites
for us, like,
would be the Roman Catholics.
you know that they're never Valley Parks. You know that they're never going to release all that information, so they leave it. This is why they're getting worried. The slaves are figuring shit out.
Yeah.
We're coming
They don't
on
have the
more
information.
and more of the time deception that we've been under for, well, as far back as any of us can remember. We know that, and our grandparents as well. And it really does, I believe, point to a reset. And one is inclined to believe that it was one huge cataclysmic event, but I don't think that's the case. I think it was a series. I think it was a series of cataclysms that took place, and there was some kind of a repopulation effort that took place. And they have totally obfuscated and hijacked our story in place of his story.
Yeah, you can't argue that.
That's
You can't argue that. That's true.
Well, what's more powerful than the pen?
Yeah.
You know, why was writing such a cherished thing? It's because the writings tell the future and the past to whoever's writing it.
what it is actually a form of magic, because
Absolutely,
it goes from thought to, when you take thought and you put it into spelling in the proper grammar or grimoire, then you have brought that into fruition. So a good example I like to use of this, we know the characters of Hamlet and Macbeth and Romeo and Juliet, the Capulets and the Montagues. They all have backstories and everything. All these characters come to life, but only exist in the mind of William Shakespeare, who, through the spelling of his idea onto paper, has incorporated these somewhat living characters into the minds of everyone who is associated with his writings. You see?
all on a pseudonym.
So these people do not really exist. However, when someone says Romeo or Juliet or Macbeth, they know their backstory. They have an image in their head. They know everything about this thing, and it becomes a real figure. So I am one to say that a lot of our history has been given to us in that same manner.
Personifications of all these things.
Well, it's duplication and personification. Yeah.
Personification of myths. And in a lot of the cases, these people really need not have ever existed whatsoever. It's merely the idea that they existed. It's kind of like the PSYOP shit they tried to run here a few months back about the ghost of Ukraine. Some miraculous ace who was shooting down an unbelievable amount of MiGs all day, every day, and all this shit, you know. And it's like, oh, come on. Right? But
where are the MiGs?
Actually personified that, and you know, they were cheering this fictitious character along. You know, that's what the ghost of Ukraine, he's a hero. And it's like, no, he's a propaganda figure. He doesn't even exist.
The war ones are the best, man. You're like, no way. Of all the fake stories, man, some of them are just like,
well, they give it to us even in our fiction, like a great movie. I think it's really a great movie with Mel Gibson called The Patriot.
Yeah, it is.
All right. It's a good movie. Now, we know that character that he portrays did not exist. However, that character is like a culmination of a few guys who actually did. So those feats were historically accurate that took place. But this character was actually a conglomeration of a whole bunch of people, like the Gray Swamp Fox and some other
interesting
characters like that during the time that were engaged in a guerrilla type warfare.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting?
Ungentlemanly. Did you
Yeah.
guys ever hear Bill Cosby do his routine? This is from like the 60s.
He was funny, man.
And he did this routine about the football coin toss. You know how they decide who's going to do the kickoff, right?
I
So
don't
they toss the
remember.
coin. And he goes, can you imagine that when it comes to war? He says, General Cornwallis, this is General Washington. General Washington, this is General Cornwallis. Call the toss, cuz. So he tosses. He says, General Cornwallis called heads. It is tails. General Washington gets to call the play. General Washington says that you guys got to wear bright red coats with a white X across the front of them, and they get to dress up like barrels and trees and hide from the trees and shoot from wherever they want.
That's so, dude, he was so
Great.
funny, man.
Shit. I was like, that's about how it went.
Oh, he
down.
was so funny, man.
I love
My
it.
favorite line from the Patriots when that fat guy, one of the, I don't know, he was one of the red coats. He goes, he was a rather cheeky fellow. He says, the first time I ever heard that term, man, I just walk around calling everybody, you're a rather cheeky fellow.
You're rather cheeky.
And he like peed his pants and whatever. He went nuts. That one guy, yeah, that was a good flick, man.
Yeah, that's a good movie, and I'll tell you, the acting in it I think was so good because that actor that played that dragoon, you know, that wanted to kill him so badly.
Yeah.
Anytime I see him in a movie, even if he's a good guy, I hate him.
Yeah.
I just go, oh, I hate that guy. You know?
Well, Braveheart's probably the best movie ever made. I mean, as far as overall everything about it, man, it's just like there's not a bad minute in that thing, and it just goes to show you if Hollywood wants to make a great movie, they know what they're doing and they can do it. You know,
Well, you know,
that thing was just awesome.
Evident that I think Mel Gibson carries a lot of talent, and as a director as well. I mean, anybody that was not moved by Passion of the Christ is something fucking wrong with them.
I was exhausted after that thing, man.
That was something else, man. That was really something else. That was a good movie.
Really and good, was. You know, good filmmakers have it. Like you could tell, like Sergio Leone, the old spaghetti westerns. There's something about it where you go, that is that dude.
I'll tell you what it is. We deal with the number 2 pencil, and they have the number 1. It writes different. Metaphorically speaking, obviously.
That was poignant, Nubs.
It's a spell, and if you only have the second best spell, you're never gonna meet up with Gandalf. You're never even gonna touch him,
dude. That's just the hardness level of the graphite.
Exactly. What are you using to cast the spell? You're using the graphite.
Are you in Northern California, Sovereign?
No, I'm in the.
He's on the space station.
Yeah,
we're over.
Yeah, no, I hear you talk about it a lot.
We're over China right now. Yeah. No, actually, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Are you from? I'm from San Jose, so I hear you talk a lot. I've heard you talk about Northern California.
Well, I've lived in Central, Eastern California for a few years. Grew some weed out there. Had a good time. I've been up to Northern California a bunch of times, like right up there around near what they call Murder Mountain. Yeah,
there's something hanging right there.
Oh, wow, nice.
That one broke. Actually, that snapped off today, so I had to. It's a little preemie.
Let me give you a little pointer, man.
Yeah, I need some.
All right, so take that shit and you get. Can you still get brown paper grocery bags?
Yes.
Okay. Take those and cut the bottom corners off so that they're like vent holes.
Okay.
About the size of a quarter, maybe just a little bit bigger, right? Then put the plant inside the bag, right? And then, kind of close it up around it and then hang it from the base stem. You might have to cut some of the stalks in order to get them to fit and everything. Now, what you do when they get to the point where the green sticks, they snap but don't snap off. They kind of green stick, right? Then you want to take them out of there. Cut all your buds. Don't bother trimming them. And put them all together inside of a 5-gallon bucket with a lid. Burp it. And move them around once or twice a day, right? Then what'll happen is all the moisture that was still inside of the great big buds are going to go and equalize out with the other. There again, equilibrium. Everything wants to equalize.
Oh, yeah.
everything becomes the same. Then you can take them out and trim them, jar them, and cure them, and you're good to go, baby. That's it.
Yeah, that's fascinating, bro. That's almost like because people used to use burlap sacks, and I'm almost thinking that paper is almost imitating that a little bit or something.
Sunlight will degrade the THC.
Gotcha. Yeah, and my buddy said end of September because I still got it out there. It's still going. It's like 10 foot tall. He said end of September.
What kind are they? Are they sativas or indicas?
You know, it was from a seed. I don't even know. It was literally from a seed, and I didn't think it was gonna bud. I was about to chop it down, dude. It was going forever, and I go, it's just a male. Then all of a sudden, man, it started going, dude. I was like, yeah. So then I tied it up, you know, because I got hunking ass. You know, the stalk's like this thick, dude. It's huge, man.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a tree, dude. I'm like, you know, it's cool, and it's right in the middle of my backyard. I can see it, right? I love it, dude.
That's one of the biggest things of work at the end after the harvest and everything's done like that is getting rid of the stumps for the next planting.
Oh, because there's roots everywhere. Yeah. Because I only done indoor. Yeah, I've done indoor.
That root system is as big underground as the plant is above ground.
Wow.
Okay. Leave them.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
Don't
leave the roots, but you got to get rid of the stump. You can grind it up or cut it up and put it within the soil.
Gotcha.
You want to use that area so that you can grow. But Nubs is right. Leave the roots. Absolutely, because they've still got the nitrogen nodules.
Oh, yeah.
They'll transfer over to the new plant.
Yeah. It seems like even if some of the shit grows and you pull it, it's good that it grew a little bit. You know what I mean?
What I've done in the past is I'll take and where that one was, I'll put my new plant right next to it.
Oh yeah, it'll just absorb it. Yeah, that's cool. It snows here, so yeah, I'm in northern Nevada, so it'll be, you know, I don't know. I have a greenhouse and I'm growing veggies.
Where'd you say you were at? Where'd you say
I'm in northern Nevada. I'm at Sparks. You know, that's connected to Reno.
Oh yeah, I know.
Reno and Sparks. Yeah, you know. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, right by the Nugget, man. Yeah, we're like, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we're like. Yeah, man, we're like.
I mean, I've been there. I've been through there a bunch of times, man.
People forget about it. People forget it even exists. They go, "Oh my god, I had fun there back in the '80s one time or something."
Yeah,
you know,
I've told people it's kind of like Vegas for old people.
It is. It's little tiny Vegas. Just like take one little, not even I don't know, quarter.
Well, my friend, when you had those fires here, last year or was that the year?
It was 2 seasons ago. I couldn't even go outside.
My friend, he's moved back here to Fredericksburg. He was just over there, over the line, over in Doyle. You know where Doyle is?
No, I never. No, not familiar with that one.
It's just right up, just a little bit north of 395.
Okay, gotcha.
395.
Yeah,
and his shit got burned right out, man. It was gone,
dude. I mean, I would bet you go because I can run 395 right here, you know. So it's like I go that way, and you go further to 50 miles down. It's just dead black trees and stuff.
I think it's south of what's that next town up there? Fuck.
Well, you got Carson City is the capital, and so if you're going to South Lake Tahoe, you go through Carson City.
Right,
and that hits the 50, which hits the south of the lake, and then I'm up by the 80.
He's along 395. That's right up along.
Which that goes all the way to LA.
Yeah. That's just a little bit north of Reno on 395. Probably about 40 minutes north.
Okay, so you're talking like Cold Springs.
Yeah, up in the, yeah. That's that. Yeah. It's just south of it. Yeah,
you get some good. There's some good. You know, you get a couple acres up there still. You know, and there's some good buys still right there.
They're probably now, especially since they burn everything the fuck out. You know,
dude. I mean, but like I was telling everybody, like my uncle's house in Oregon burned down. It was a few years ago, and it was the same. It was the one in Oregon. It was the same thing where the house was just white powder. The trees were just sticks, black sticks, but they were still there. And that was a few years ago, and he just got his house rebuilt now. And I'm like, dude, when I saw that, I go, that's an absolute impossibility. Where's the refrigerator, man? Where's the sink? Where's what is this? This is nonsense. This is insanity. I mean, it makes zero sense. Back then, It's been going on. Every time I see it now, I go, dude, fire acts differently, man. You know what I mean? It doesn't do that. It is ridiculous, man. They don't question it, you know.
No, people don't question. They're again with that perception deception. Okay, if like shit that I've been saying for some of it 20 years, right?
Have you really?
Now
Yeah,
because somebody said it on the fucking TV set from a media source, you know, now they're like, oh yeah, okay, I'm like, you got to be shitting me, really? I was telling you about a fucking shadow government like 20 fucking years ago or more, and you were sitting there telling me I was a crazy motherfucker. Now you're all over the place on Facebook talking about a goddamn shadow government.
Oh, Joe Rogan said that.
Yeah.
I said it a long time ago. Joe Rogan said it yesterday because they told him to.
Yeah.
You know, probably because of the tweet I made or something.
Well, it's like my whole penguin, look at Nubs' little crop out there.
I like it. Yeah, I like it, dude. Killer.
So yeah, it's like
They're like tall.
How many is that? How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. An even dozen. An even dozen.
Wow. There you go.
I mean, there's not an even dozen. There's enough for what the law requires.
Do you hand water? Yeah, whatever that is. Do you have it set up?
Here's a little technicality you might not know, or you might. So if you take one plant and you clone it,
that's one plant.
Yep. All those clones are not separate plants because in order for it to qualify as a separate plant, it has to have a taproot.
Interesting.
And clones do not have taproots.
So, question about that. The little ones that grow off the bottom of the tree, the little tiny one growing off the side, I tried to replant one of that. Will that do it or no? Will that grow?
I don't know.
It's still green. It's still green.
I mean,
what did you
is it rooted? Did it root?
I don't know. I just stuck it in a little thing, and I'm just like, it's in my greenhouse. So I don't know. I'll see, but I don't know.
If you look into it, it's actually really easy to do. You can throw it in, or you can poke it into a banana.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Like that.
You can do bananas. There's a couple of different fruits that you literally just put it in. If you want a cloning gel that's natural, or the closest to a natural cloning gel, coat your plant with aloe vera.
Interesting.
At the bottom, and then to keep mold away, you can use cinnamon.
Cool. You know what? Every one of those mouthy little sons of bitches off of fucking Facebook, every one of them, since the stream started, and I hit them all. I said, "Listen, I'm busy setting up for a live, man. You can, here, come on the fucking show, and we can talk about this. Go ahead. Here you go. Put it all over. Even put a post about it in the group, right?
Wow.
And they ran. Every one of them gone, nowhere to be found. Like
that's
cockroaches when you turn on a flashlight, they just run.
No, that's science. They're doing science.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Dude, were you going to debate?
I said, hey, come on.
Please, while I'm here, please.
Like anybody, Glow be coming along, man. Come
on, bro, you were the best at that. Literally, dude. You had
Joe. We know he is a master debater.
He's a master debater, the champion, man. No, that was good. I mean, clear, quick, on it. No, you know what I mean? No lag, man. Just and easy. You weren't a dick, dude. But you weren't nice neither, because you don't got to be. So, you know what I mean? It was good.
The best way, if you want to discuss it, first off, you don't come up on me confrontationally.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no need for that. All right. Secondly, I can tell the difference between somebody who's genuinely wanting to listen to the information and know what it is. Why do you not believe there's a globe? Then I will tell it why. But when you come in and start saying like 10 questions all in a row that aren't even connected to one another, like, oh yeah, well, where does the sun go? How do the seasons work? Why does there, this, and where's your ice wall? And, just a bunch of fucking stupid shit. And I'm like, pick something and we'll start there. Just pick one and we'll start there.
Is that scientific the way they do that? It's so
Not,
annoying.
not
Yes,
a bit.
a barrage.
You know, and that's just an attempt to obfuscate, because they're not really looking for the information. They're just like, well, oh, look at all the things that I've been told says that we're a globe. I already know all the dumb shit you think, because I used to think it too. But guess what? Then I grew up. Okay.
Like I was wounded when I figured this stuff out. You know, they're getting hurt right now. They're like, you know, wounded by, you know what I mean? The way I felt, I was hurt, man. I didn't know, you know, it was a trip. You know, I couldn't believe I was lied to so long. Well, guess what, buddy? You're starting to feel it.
Right. Exactly. And once you realize that indoctrinated trust that we are brought up it through goes away. And I don't mean trust in your family and things like that. I'm talking about trust in the status quo, your trust in the government, your trust in anybody that would be associated that should know better, that are propagating this lie. And then
I think
okay, I'm done with that fucking dumb shit. And
your family's definitely involved in that, because once you get it, then you ask your parents or something like that.
They'll fight.
And they're like, nope, I believe what I believe and I'm not willing to change. Okay, here's the direct evidence from your own words. Nope, I'm not willing to change. Wait, that my words?
Like I say, we don't agree all the time. So, but I know that if you have a disagreement with me, it's honest and it's interesting, and it's like we talk about it, we get into it, you know, and it's like, you know, it's just like you were saying, they do that rapid fire, you know.
Well, it's a barrage. It is a science. It's military science.
Right. I'm like, oh, here's your science. If you can start with it, you know, this is, you know, we have God's firmament, or is stuff inside or outside the firmament, or the star, you know, or stars' angles of light. If you want to start science there from the true cosmology, then go. Let's go. Okay, boom, let's go. You know, but your foundation has to be literally the foundation of your.
I like how Sovereign's first question is do you have assumed values?
Interesting. Yeah.
But let's get rid of the assumed values and go to factual evidence that can be produced.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because everything else is speculation.
You can't use assumptive values in these equations, because then the result of that equation is assumptive. There's no other way to put that.
That's actually, there's a maxim of law that says that if it starts off as a fallacy and turns to something, it can't be used because it's evil from the get. And that's a very horrible quote. I'm not a fucking lawyer, not legal advice. Don't even misconstrue it. But you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
You said Alice.
One of the biggest ones I always see. This is the one when I love this, because this is absolutely one of the globe killers, and shows the scientific impossibility of such a ridiculous notion. And that is having the gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. And the first thing they do, when I say prove that a gas pressure system can exist within a vacuum without containment, the very first thing they do is go up to Mount Everest, as though people just, you know, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going up to Mount Everest to check. No one is disputing a pressure gradient within the encapsulated Earth system. Okay. No one.
I say go get a welding tank.
Okay. Exactly. There's a gradient within that tank. There's a
yes,
gradient
there is.
within your pressurized fucking liquid propane tank. If it wasn't, your propane wouldn't be liquid. And that liquid is denser than the gaseous material that is above it as
that
the
you use
increases. Okay, so it's just there's your gradient.
You're climbing out of your living space into the top towards the firmament where you don't live.
So of course, the pressure is going to be different, and there's going to be different mixtures of gases that are less dense than the ones that surround us, and thereby create less force upon our bodies than the air or atmos that's up there at that altitude. And of course, we suffer for that. And our bodies are not designed to be there. So this is it's also begging the question. Okay.
What does the word altitude mean specifically? Like, what is the dictionary definition and the etymology of that word? That would be a good word because gravity goes back to weight. What does
Right. Well,
altitude go to?
here's what I think is interesting, because when you start bringing up the basic principles of fluid dynamics, especially when it comes to Archimedes and Boyle's law,
Yeah.
That's where they start to get into trouble.
Yeah.
You see, they
Yeah,
say, well,
I
you
do
know,
that for a
gravity
living.
is part of the equation for buoyancy and density. You know,
Mhm.
well, no, you just threw it in there. Okay,
Yeah.
you threw it in there and then you take it away. And here's the reason why we know that, because Archimedes' principle predates fucking Newton's theory of gravity by almost 2,000 years. Okay, so there's a problem there. How the fuck did he figure out buoyancy and density ratios and factors prior to gravity being even known about?
Right.
How did he not include that and still have accurate and precise calculations based on what he'd observed?
Right.
It's
He's
way
an
easier.
etheric,
It's way easier. All we all need to do is have a giant vat of quicksilver and a 200-pound anvil.
Hey, there's Lucky Haskins. There's Lucky's on that same page. Look, you got to get these first before we can even start talking about shit in the sky. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Why are we
Let's
even talking about
start
shit
here.
in the sky? Why are we even talking about shit in the sky?
Yeah,
You gotta-
I work in hydronics, I work in the stuff. So heat transfer, gas, at altitude, I use different orifices for different gases, and,
Right.
I've been in hydronics ever since I started, so it's like, it gives you a good understanding of what expansion contraction is, what, heat transfer is, just like you say, when things equal out with put the pot in the bag, it transfers from hot to cold and it gets to
Look
an
at a
even
heat
point,
Well,
and it's
yeah.
like,
A heat pump is
it's a
prime
constant
example of that.
thing. Mhm.
That's why you can, if you don't have a gauge
Mhm.
on your propane tank, right? You can just take a pitcher of cold water outside and pour it on the side of the tank, let it run off, and a frost line will appear at the level of the liquid propane in the bottom of the tank because that shit's cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that transfer that you're talking about is what causes that frost line. You can do this on a 90-degree day; it'll work.
Yeah. The
Well,
geothermal is big right now. Geothermal is just, you run a bunch of pipes underground and it gets the water to like 63 degrees. And then there's
geothermal is fucking retarded. No
Yeah, it's
offense. It is
well,
stupid
the-
technology.
the thing that is, this unit costs a lot. You got to put in that does whatever it does to make that kind of mid-range either hot or cold. It's more efficient that way when it's running properly. But
Hey,
it's
Joe,
let
me ask you this.
Mhm.
Have you ever used a compost pile or made a compost pile?
No, I'm gonna though. Yeah, no.
Have you ever done research on a compost pile?
Yeah, I've listened to a lot about them. Yeah.
How hot does a compost pile get?
Dude, that shit'll burst into flame.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So why not put a copper line in a compost pile and run your fucking hot water without?
Well, I'll tell you why.
You wouldn't even need power to run it.
You just, all you gotta do is put it in the sun, and like I did.
That's
So the guy
it.
that owns
thinking
E-Trade,
freezing.
So the guy that owns E-Trade in Menlo Park, he had this giant pool, man. It was bigger than an Olympic pool. It was so huge. We put like 12,000 foot of copper around the pool deck before they poured the concrete on it. We silver braced for a week in that sucker, man. And so what we did is they poured the concrete, did a nice pool deck, and the boiler would pump through the pool deck first and then into the boiler. So the boiler hardly wouldn't even run. Basically, it didn't even run.
Right.
It didn't even use gas, dude. And in that moment, as a young apprentice, I was like, dude, this is just, you could line the streets with copper. If you put one 4x8 solar panel on your roof, plumb the water before it goes into your water heater, plumb it to that thing into your water water heater. You won't burn no gas.
Yep.
You'll be gas free. And
We built a cabin just about a mile or so from here up in the mountains for somebody who's the owner of the local radio station.
Cool.
And in the basement of this thing, in the concrete floor, we laid, like you were talking, pipe to run through there and then buried it in the concrete. And it had hot water that ran through it to keep the basement warm.
That's radiant heat. Yep.
Yeah. And he had the whole heating system was one of those clean burn or those pallets.
My business.
You know those things that burn pallets?
Yeah. Pellets?
No, pallets.
Oh,
like
full pallets?
Pallets, like you see that that cargo and shit comes on. Yeah.
Dang. No, I never seen that big ass incinerator.
Yeah, that thing was sweet too, man. I mean, you just go out there, throw a pallet in there, and it's designed so that it burns for a long period of time. It's outside the house, see?
Oh, cool. So there's so much stuff that, like, forced air heating is a new concept. And that wasn't.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Not at all. Check this out, Joe.
Compared to hydronics, it is. Guaranteed.
Check this out. So there was a guy back
heating
in
air and heating water is not comparable. You can't compare the two. Is what's not. One doesn't make sense and one doesn't make sense. If you take a cubic foot of air and a cubic foot of water, you heat both up to 100 degrees. One's good puts out 2,500 times the heat, the thermal mass of water. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah,
it's the mass though that makes it up. So if you compress that air, you will get a different reading because it's a different density.
Yeah, air compresses water.
The gradient.
So, yeah, right. This is what these people don't understand. Even within that pressure tank, if you had a type of barometer within the pressurized tank, you would indeed see that there is a gradient within that cylinder. Okay. So that's not hard to know. But as soon as the containment is breached, gravity don't give a shit about your gradient or any other. Gone, man. Equalization, sudden and violently. That's,
my goodness.
That's how it happens. So people say, well, where's the firmament? Take a picture of it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know.
I don't know where the top of the welding tank is. I just know there's a welding tank.
There has
all I see is it that big. I don't see where it ends.
Right.
I don't see. You know what's fascinating? One
you're kind of looking at it. I mean, when you look up there, and most of these people look up there and they see these little lights in the sky, and they assume that those are each little individual suns, billions and trillions of miles away and shit. And I'm like, this is no different than a pattern on a fucking domed ceiling. Okay, that's all. Different lights of different intensities arranged in various patterns, and it's just going around, man. That's all.
You need to pay attention to it. We need to learn it. We need to learn how to read it.
Shit, for all I know, all that crap is projected.
And who knows, man? You know,
just like in a planetarium, man. That's what I think is so funny. People going into a planetarium, a flat plane with a domed ceiling where they see an exact scale replica of the sky outside. In fact, it's so accurate that you could run a sextant on some star clusters inside there, then go outside at the exact same time and get the exact same fucking readings, right?
Your average church on the corner is built that way, buddy. How do you explain that? Explain to me that.
Right. So, I mean, you know, this is what they don't understand is scale. You know, I can scale everything by half. Those, in reality, they think that those things are millions and millions and trillions of miles away, and inside the planetarium they're only a matter of yards away from you. So what are you talking about? That, you know, the measurements still work out.
What will be the point of that system?
Whose eyes are that good that we can say trillions of miles away?
It's crazy.
Well, where do they get that? Well, that has to go with their whole idea of pushing the narrative that you're an accidental monkey whirling around on a spinning water ball.
The cult of the sun.
It's offensive now, you know. It wouldn't, you know. Before I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna just be a total puss and be agnostic about the whole situation. I don't know, man. No, I'm offended, man. I'm like, I'm one of God's children, man.
You go, look, this is created. This is created. I'm at the center of it.
It has to be.
Really want to, if you don't want, you have to acknowledge that this is created. And it's like,
here we have a good time.
Like on the face of a very elaborate clock.
The face.
You know, we're trapped in time, really. And because we have a finite existence within this realm, so you're on the face of a clock
That's
that
right. I
actually
tell people
counts your time that you're here. It gives us the hours, the days, the weeks, the months, the years, all of it.
Perfect.
And, you know, and it's self-sustaining. That's what's so incredible. It's a self-sustaining biological clock, man. And we live on the face of the damn thing. And there's no denying that.
We have a chance to have fun, man.
Well, they try to hide that by hiding the 13th zodiac symbol, by hiding the 13th month, because there are 13 28-day moon cycles throughout the year. What do we call a month? We call a month after the moon.
The moon.
Okay, the moon. And women have a 28-day menstrual cycle. Man, it's all tied together. You understand? This is what people got to understand. This is all deliberate. This is all by purpose, and people don't get it. You know, it's that nothing happenstance comes out that way. So,
are you an educated man, Sovereign?
Am I an educated man?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I'm a learned man.
me too. But
My definition of educated, I took my brain out and put it in a jar for a number of years and let someone else fuck with it, and then I became retarded.
You have a piece of paper from an institution.
Yeah, you don't need to be sanctioned, man. It's like
you don't need to be sanctioned.
What university did Galileo go to? Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? He's just kind of did it. Here it was. And people said, hey, that's pretty smart. You know, that's
sure. That guy with the degree sure sounds stupid. I wonder.
Well, you know, I don't see a degree as any measurement of intelligence. I see it as a measurement of at least temporary memory retention in order to regurgitate information that was fed to them back to the people that presented it to them. They decide whether it was regurgitated back in a similar enough way in order to pass them through, give them a piece of paper so that they think they're now smart. That's the whole purpose of compulsory education in the first place.
Yeah. The thing is, we need it. We need these places of education, but we don't need the system.
Well, we need places of knowledge.
Places of learning.
Okay. And we have
education is probably the wrong.
And I don't know if you guys have seen recently, but David Weiss has started a thing. He had this. There's like 3 hours of flat Earth high school classes that he started putting out on his channel. It's really, really good. So maybe one of my mods can find the link to that, put it in the chat. That's a great thing. But you know, I'm
the other
cool. I like that. Lucky Haskins is here tonight, and you know, I'm on the same page with him. Look, you have to get through those fundamental things first. You can't come into me with a bunch of pseudoscience. You can't come in when I say that about the gradient of your atmosphere. You have to prove that in a demonstrable, repeatable experiment that proves that your theory of gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases. You have to prove that. You have to show me a ball of gas in a vacuum without containment. Without that, it's the ravings of a lunatic. Okay, there is no
step 2 without that. Yeah,
exactly. You have nothing without that. If you have no convexity, no measurable curvature, well, that's a problem too. I mean, we take a look at where was that place? Kansas was voted as to be the flattest place on Earth.
It was, that's the center, I guess, where Kansas.
Neil deGrasse Tyson told us. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has an honorary degree for one, so it could be based off of your honor as well. But he told us that the world. If you remember back in school, you remember the globes that had all the bumps on it and everything like that. Well, that's all bullshit. Just ask him, because if you took it all, it would be flatter than a pancake. He literally said flatter than a pancake.
Oh, check this out. There was an article I saw came across my feed today where it says, and this is how they always do it. Scientists say that there is a mountain inside the earth bigger than Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Just think about how stupid that is.
Oh yeah, I love my feed, man.
And I'm like, how in the fuck would you know? You've never been able to get below 8 miles.
Yeah.
8 miles is the deepest they've ever gone. And they had these guys with their little magic machinery.
Did you click on it?
They were going to run into, and those motherfuckers were wrong every step of the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're going to run into some rock and they'd hit water. Oh, you're going to run into some gravel. They'd hit fucking sand or some other shit. I mean, they were just wrong. And that's only within 8 miles. And you want me to believe that you got a magic telescope that you can look at something that is 5 times further away from the earth than the sun is and tell me what the fuck it's made out of? You got to be kidding me, man.
No one questions.
Yeah, the shit people will believe just flabbergasts the hell out of
I
me.
know.
Believe anything like that.
My favorite one is if you ever Google what it takes to make breathable oxygen, to put it in that way. And there's a few companies that have the system that it takes to make it. And dude, it's if you click on it, there's good pictures of it, and it's like the whole system. It's a good sized mechanical room.
Right.
You're talking 2 tanks, a big mechanical room. You got to have redundant, so you got to have 2 of them. And if you look at it, you go, there's no way. This thing going 17,000 miles an hour or whatever it is supposed to be going, it's got 2 of those setups inside of it to make sure these people got oxygen to breathe, dude. If you Google it, man, I swear they have to
increase the ratio for some people like that, the ratio of oxygen level within the mixture, because they're no longer able. See, there's not a large percentage of what you breathe in is not oxygen. A large percentage of it is it's only a small percentage of which you actually breathe in.
I think nitrogen's the most, I think, isn't it?
You do, yeah, but you do gotta get that boost. And I know that at least about 8,500 feet, you can feel the difference. You can definitely feel the difference. You get tired a lot easier. You get winded. You can't walk. You stop being able to carry stuff as easy. It starts to become a struggle. And a lot of the hiking stores, and I know that the store I worked in Lone Pine, Gardner's Hardware, they have hiking equipment shit in there. They had this oxygen in a can. It's a disposable oxygen with a little mouth thing on it, on the valve, and you just take a hit of that. And it really does help out.
I work at about 7,000 feet, and then I live at about 4,500. But I go to Truckee every day out of California and work and stuff. So
see, where I was at, I think 39. I was at 3985 where I was at. Now I was right near the where 395 hits California 190.
Totally. Yeah. Red Rock or
no, actually it was called Olancha, just south of Lone Pine, of Lone Pine, south of Bishop. And we were right there, right near Mount Whitney.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep.
So we could go up. You can drive up to the portal, which is about 8,000 feet.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something. Once you start getting up a little higher than that, in some areas I've gotten a little higher than that. Up to about 8,500. And my Jeep, the auxiliary fan comes on and stays on.
Whoa.
Because of the boiling of the water. The water, it's expanding. The gases in the water is expanding, and the car thinks it's hot.
Yeah.
So the auxiliary fan comes on. It's really crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's altitude, cold.
Well, and another thing too is the tire pressure increases.
Yeah.
Your tire pressure goes up and you get up higher, right? And I was discussing that with somebody, one of these idiots. I was like, okay, so the tire pressure goes up. Why is that? I'm walking them into proving my point.
Totally.
You see? So I said, so when I get up at 8,500 feet, my tires pressure has increased. How did that happen? And then I had to lead him into telling me it was because of the tendency of that gas inside the tire to want to equalize with the outside pressure. I said, that's right. Now, tell me about your fucking gas bubble in a vacuum.
Yeah.
You see the problem. And that's when pride kicks in and it's all done. You know,
With your bag of chips, you buy it in California, then you get over to the top of the mountain, it's all full.
yes. The little store. Yeah, the little store right by where I lived. The 395 part of it up near Bishop, I guess, was blocked off. So they took the pass and came down back around and picked up like through Tonopah or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they came down to so they could deliver there was like a big huge accident or a fire. I forget what it was.
Yeah.
But anyway, they got there and half those fucking bags had popped open.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Open. The sodas were all swolled out and shit.
Yeah, it's funny, dude. Yeah.
People don't realize that dumb shit at all, you know.
The world, man. You used to dry, your skin dries out and stuff, you know.
Look at what M-Ball's going to say. Tire pressure doesn't go up. Well, it did. So either it did.
What about my chips?
Times, and I'll tell you another thing there, M-Ball. That means either it was the tendency of the gas in the tire to want to equalize with the air pressure outside, or some little magical leprechauns that I was unaware of snuck up and filled my tires up with air when I wasn't looking. And while I was driving and shit. Good God. That's one of them that just likes to come in and argue.
It's a strange thing. It's fascinating.
Well, there's these people, despite the scientific impossibility of a globe Earth, they still want to believe in it so badly. You know, even though it's a complete farce, it's an impossibility. They get angry like it's you taking it away from them, and it's like, no, this is fact. Well, you don't know science. Yes, we're using scientific method to show that your shit is pseudoscience.
Yeah.
You know?
We all want to play in the sandbox.
Yeah.
All of us want to play. And if you bust their bubble and tell them that they're not playing with the Tonka toy, but in fact, a cheap knockoff. The rich kids are going to have some cognitive dissonance because they've been given riches instead of wealth.
This is what blows me away, is because when you come to the truth of our realm and you realize all that entails, it's much more amazing than their little fantasy of space, and there might be some Martians and shit that we happen to run into someday, like Star Trek or some dumb shit like that. And nobody can catch on that all they do is just keep kicking the can down the road. They've been kicking the can down the road now for 50 fucking years. I watched them do it. I mean, when I was a little kid, after the Apollo missions and shit, they started this thing when NASA was kicking in. Everybody was all gung-ho about it. We're coming up on the bicentennial and shit, right? And they started the Presidential Physical Fitness Award. Do you remember that?
I'm totally. Yep.
I need to jump off. I'll catch you guys.
Buddy.
All right, bro. Thanks for coming on.
See you, bud. Have a good one.
They had the Presidential Physical Fitness Award, and it was like NASA saying, you know, we have to be all fit and everything because the next generation is going to be going to space and all this other shit, right? And of course, none of that's come to fruition.
No.
And they were feeding us sci-fi shows like, you remember Space 1999?
Oh, totally, man. All that stuff.
So this was predicting that by 1999, we had a well-established base on the moon.
Yes.
The premise was that the moon got knocked out of orbit, and here they were.
Totally. That's right.
Yeah.
Remember they wheeled the VHS machine, or were they Beta? What was it back then? Or I forget what, but they wheeled to watch the Challenger.
But when Space 1999 was being shown to us, there was no such thing as VHS. Beta. They didn't have that. You either watched it or you missed it. That's how it happened. That's how it was. You know?
Well, they made sure we saw that shuttle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was
The
absolutely,
Challenger, they made sure that was a ritual, man. That was
and that's across the country. You talk to all these people, and all these, everybody had the same story from that day. All
made
it's like,
sure everybody saw it, just like that event in September, early on at the beginning of the century.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They seem to be very touchy about people talking.
Yeah. What do we 7-Eleven?
Yeah, they do. They get a little bit touchy about that dumb shit, So fucking, whatever. Everybody knows that it's a crock of shit, so whatever.
Yeah.
So that's where I go with that kind of thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, they made sure of that. But I mean, they had us conditioned to the idea. Even Disney was in on it with their World of Tomorrow and all this other crap.
So much.
We're still not there. Okay,
Captain
we're never going.
Captain Kirk.
Yeah, and we're never going to go there. But you remember how they'd always, like with the Apollo guys, they would say, Commander Armstrong has had a breakfast this morning consisted of 25 grams of eggs, 3.5 grams of bacon, and some Tang instant breakfast drink. His blood pressure was blah, 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 right? Had to total health check on all these fucking astronauts before they engage on this. And here we are in 2023, and they send old fat ass goddamn William Shatner up there with a fucking pacemaker, alcoholic motherfucker. They got him just up there, no problem. He's just floating around.
They sure ditched the presidential idea.
Like, good God, man, come on, you got to be shitting me. So they just, like I said, they just keep kicking the can down the road, and the fact that they're not even pushing the health concern of the occupants of these space vehicles like they were back then just goes to show that they have dumbed people down by that much.
Yeah.
People don't even think about the physical stress that's put on a body that would be going on a rocket, achieving the speeds and G-forces that thing does just to escape velocity. I mean, it's ridiculous. It really is. The whole story is ridiculous.
Every step of it. Yeah. The G-force. It's there's just no way. It's ridiculous.
You can't be somebody with heart palpitations. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah.
I think it's at 4.5 to 5 G's, a human will pass out, right?
Okay.
And this is the reason that there are strict health requirements for fighter jet pilots. And most of them never even pull into anything that takes them to that high of a G level.
Right.
But because of the G levels that they do experience, if they have some kind of a heart problem or they get to a certain age, like William Shatner, or like some of these other ones that are really showing some wrinkles that keep going up to the international fake station.
Yeah.
Come on. They don't let them fly anymore. They don't they take away their fighter pilot status. They take away because they cannot, for health concerns, maintain stress against that kind of an environment anymore. That's all.
You see the way he was acting afterwards. No big deal. He was cool.
Oh yeah. Listen, they gave him a bottle of whiskey and a hooker. He
did. He had some blonde there, dude. What a joke. Come on. Oh, dude.
Man.
Captain, man. Captain Kirk, man.
I mean, look at like Buzz Aldrin. I mean, that drunk motherfucker. He keeps spilling the beans and shit. Did you know what his mother's name was? Do you know what his mother?
No.
Okay, so his mother's name is maiden name Mary Moon.
Oh my goodness, I did hear that before. That's funny. What are the odds?
What's the odds, right? What's the odds?
It's an impossibility. You could do equations for stuff, and it's like, no.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like her initials are MM, which in gematria works out to 33.
Totally.
If you put the two M's on their sides, it makes a 33. I mean, you just can't make this shit up. It's like,
you can't. I got a book at a thrift store for $1. I got a Buzz Aldrin book somewhere.
You know that strange coincidental anomaly from World War I, right?
Yeah.
About Archduke Ferdinand?
Oh, yeah. As far as what?
So the license plate on his car was A111118.
That's right.
The car he was driving in was the date of the armistice that ended the war. So the car he was in that he was assassinated, the license plate was the date of the end of the war. I mean, come on.
I mean, the impossibilities are just one after another, you know.
I know. I mean, and then even like with this globe nonsense, this is what they're trying to get you to believe.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
like when I told him, you know, that I've worked out these ratios of the shadows, and it just it tells us that what they're telling us is occurring is horseshit. Okay, there's no way around that. So when you start, I forgot where I was at there for a second. Oh well, it'll come back around.
Ratios, yeah.
Yeah, no shit, that happens.
I want to do a Lake Tahoe one, man.
The coincidence I was going to tell you was that they say that the moon is 400 times smaller and 400 times closer than the sun, and that's why they only appear to be the same size.
Yeah.
I'm like, that, what?
I know, dude. I'm like, just looks like in math, and none of it makes. I mean, it's like, I used to go to astronomy class when I was a kid with my mom, and I'm like, no way. There's no way. Everything I heard was like, no way.
Right.
It can't be. It can't. Look at it. Look at it. Go outside. Look at it, man.
So, I mean, even there, you can see Jupiter with your naked eye at night. Okay, what they say is Jupiter. You can see it. And for some reason, this supposed gas giant is, let's see, 5 times the distance. So that means it's like 500 million miles away from the sun. 500 million. It's like it's a half a billion miles, right? And somehow it's reflecting the light from the sun back another 444 million miles to my eyes.
Yeah. Did it phase too, Simon? It's impossible.
Of course it is. Of course it is. But these fools will go along and believe it because they want it to be true. I mean, simple logic.
Yeah. I told my niece if the moonlight is reflected sunlight, then that's actually sunlight off a mirror, which is the moon. Does that make sense?
I don't think the moon. I think the moon's its own light, man.
No, it is. Yeah. No, I tell you because if it is what they say, you know, she's going to college and stuff. So I had a good talk with her. You know, it's like, you know, about fun. You know, she's super smart, so I ain't worried about her. But like, she's like, oh, okay. She's listening to me talk. You know, I go, did you ever learn about cymatics? Did you ever learn about this? Did you ever learn about this? You know, and like, I'm the very uneducated one of the family. You know, and she's like, well, no. And I was like, you know, stuff like that, like the moon, you know, I tell her, it's cold. It's colder than the night, you know, the light is. I mean, think about that right there. How much that would disprove, you know what I mean? The idea of that.
It's the moon is the, you know, obviously the direct antithesis of the sun.
Like a magnetic light or something.
We have a sun which produces a positive electromagnetic energy. We have a moon that provides that negative. I mean, it's just two sides of a pole is what we've got going there.
Big battery
around another pole. I mean, it's a huge, like a huge Tesla coil. You get these questions. They try to get you into making a claim.
Right.
Okay. And flat earthers, you got to be careful. Don't make claims. Okay. I don't know is the answer that not only in a lot of cases you and I should be answering as, but these people that are claiming to know should actually be saying, I don't know. So when you say the stars are not burning balls of gas trillions of miles away, the next thing that they'll say to you is, well, what are they? So my answer is always, I don't know what they are. Nobody could possibly know what they are, but they're certainly not burning balls of gas trillions of miles away because that's ridiculous, retarded, and stupid. Okay. There's just no getting around that. So that's the way, that's what we have to do. Where is your firmament? I say, well, if I had to guess, right, I would say somewhere between 65 to 80 miles. Now, the NASA people say that the Kármán line, which is that little magical spot where you pop out of the atmosphere, and now you're in space into the low vacuum, is 62 miles.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's what the astrophysicists say, or at least that's what they said. They may have changed that by now, because every time their shit gets uncovered, they change it or make something else up.
It's always a part of the truth. They give you a little something.
Yeah.
You
So
know.
I don't know how high it is. I've never measured it. I don't know how one would begin to measure it. And if it is a transparent view, if it is something transparent, or maybe it's not, maybe it's just a solid fucking steel dome with a goddamn projection onto it. I don't know. But I've never been there. I only know that a containment must exist in order to have a gas pressure system. There is no other explanation. Okay. We already know gravity is not strong enough to prevent equalization of pressurized gases, especially by what they tell us the vacuum of space is.
Right.
All right. So
I say if you let yourself see it, you can see it, man. Just kind of see the, you don't see the end or beginning, but just let your, let it go. All the nonsense. It's just, so the programming is so tough, man. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, you got to drop the soul lure system out of your mind altogether. There is absolutely no evidence or proof that anything orbits the sun. Okay. Never.
And fire can't focus. Doesn't focus light on your, and burns, patterns along land in tropics.
Try to grow plants by fire and see how good they do. Okay?
It's good concepts too for people. It's like, that's a light, that's electric. It's not fire. That's just a couple things that, you figure, a couple things.
A fire or even a flashlight doesn't affect if you light a fire outside, right, and you get a solar panel near it, it doesn't register.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't register at all. No. Moonlight doesn't register on a solar panel either. Why? Why wouldn't it? If it's a reflection of sunlight, then it would actually not be as much of a reading, because of course you've got the inverse square law of light that's actually diffusing that light to a degree, but it nevertheless is still that same light. I mean, I can actually I can bounce sunlight over to something and the thing will respond to the sunlight, but why doesn't this occur with the moon?
I wonder if you could reverse something and make that work. That'd be a trip, man. Like, because it's copper, indium, gallium, and selenium, and they're melted together into a circuit pattern. That's what gets the sun to make electricity. Is those things in a?
You think?
I was at Cylindra when the feds busted in.
In fact, I'll tell you, Joe, I don't really think that the sun and the moon that we see are actually physical. I think that we're seeing a projection of these objects. One of the things that I look at too is like, you've taken a magnifying glass before and you can start a fire if you focus the light down into a pinpoint. Right. But you'll also notice, and you can do this by blowing cigarette smoke into between the magnifying glass and the ground, you can really see it good. Because if you lift the lens up higher, what happens is the light comes down to that pinpoint, but then apexes out like an hourglass and then spreads again. But that vertex point right here, this vertex point is still a concentration of that light.
Wow.
Right?
And what does that remind you of too?
Yeah. So I'm like, because it's really weird. If you and I both tried to pinpoint the sun, we'll point in the same direction, but in completely different places.
Whoa, that's trippy.
Right? If you and I
maybe at the end, it's on the firmament like a lens, maybe. So you're like shining through from behind it.
Yeah, something beyond
through a tube almost. Or something.
Yeah. So, like if you and I were on a beach, right? And we're 10 miles away from each other. Okay. It's a straight beach. And we watch the sunrise. What I'm going to witness is I'm going to see a band of light coming from the risen sun, walking across the water directly to my feet.
Totally.
But you're going to see the exact same thing, even though we're 10 miles apart.
That's right.
So it's almost like we all have kind of our own personal sun.
Whoa. That's good, man.
You know, I mean,
Yeah,
almost it
that's
does
good.
seem like that. I mean,
It ain't going to you and me and him and her and everybody.
right.
Dude, that's
Everybody's having the exact same
that's a good one, bro. I love it, man. Every day is an epiphany, man, and I get these, like, that's a logical conclusion you just drew, and it leads me to something else, man. I appreciate it.
Lucky says so. Humans. So your next step is to change the definition of fact.
Yeah,
this is perfect too, because this is what they say. It can't be proven, but it's fact. My favorite one is because when you try to tell them to prove these things, when they can't, then they say, well, we can't because it's too big. And my response is always the classic, that's what she said. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. I'm sorry. That's not good enough. That does not pass the gold standard of the scientific method. So therefore, it's only a claim with zero basis or foundation. See, they don't expect you to actually dissect what the dumb shit that they're actually saying. They think you're going to be mesmerized by some dumbass formula, because that's what I get all the time. Guy told me, he says, what was he wanting? A formula for some shit didn't even have anything to do with what the fuck we were talking about. And I was like, why would you need that?
Yeah.
What does that got to do with what we're talking about? And they're all the time, well, show the math. Show the math of what? This is shit that's completely obvious. I don't have to show you math to show you that this effect is going to occur. Boom. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, you don't have to vet everything with an equation. Some things you could talk and say, yeah, this, So have you ever come across a Glober that knew their model better than you did, though? That actually knew the heliocentric model, that. Like, I know it better than they do.
I know, that's where I'm
every
at.
single time, not one. Everybody I talk to, like, as far as flat earthers, like, they don't even know.
When I talk to Globers, it amazes me because I'm already expecting them to know the things that I know about their model, and they don't. They
got
don't.
a NASA sweatshirt on.
Yeah. They're just hypnotized by all the spinning balls and shit, man. And that's what happens. All you have is a claim, that claim has to stand up to the test. Okay. And if it's a ridiculous claim, because like I say, we know that it is impossible to have a gas pressure system without containment, man. That's just that
a vacuum.
People shouldn't even have to be told that.
Is it a vacuum or is it?
Well, I mean, just simple proof to show that the power of equalization of air pressure is stronger than this theoretical gravity. Take a rubber balloon, hold it by its stem. Notice that as it hangs from your fingertips, it's not stretching to the ground, not one bit. There's no stress being placed on that balloon whatsoever. But as soon as I press my lips to it and put air inside of it, that rubber stretches. So pressure is a much stronger force than this supposed theory of gravity, which they tell me is a function of mass attracting mass. But like I said before, if I increase the mass of a helium balloon, like one of them suckers, they got the size of the Astrodome, and they have these. The tendency of it to want to repel itself away from the mass of the Earth becomes stronger and stronger as its mass increases. This is why it's used to lift heavy payloads of your satelloons that everybody thinks are little magic garbage cans floating around out in space doing magical shit and giving them TV.
Right.
Now, just an example as to how people don't think, I get hit with this all the time too. Well, it's where your satellite TV comes from. Hold on a minute. Let's just run the logistics of that. So you mean to tell me that they went through the expense of putting one of these little magic garbage cans up into the sky so that the television company can beam a signal up to the satellite, only for the satellite to beam it right back down to retrans towers and then to your house? Why not just bypass the satellite and go right to the retrans towers, which is what they do? But people actually think they do that complicated, unnecessary, expensive, extra step because it's called satellite TV. And nobody thinks how stupid that is.
And there's 30,000 of them.
Oh, that's what they say. Yeah, 30,000.
30,000. That's, you don't see them ever, but they're there. 30,000.
Well, sometimes you can see them because for some crazy reason they have light.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what that is at
Well,
night.
the one you're aboard is not the one right there. The 17,000.
Yeah, this one right here.
Are you going 17,000?
Yeah, we got this fucking thing going. Well, we got all kinds of science up here, and of course,
there's a lot of science. All I was going like 80 miles an hour earlier. It seemed pretty fast, but but you're going 17,000.
Oh yeah, 17,500 miles an hour all around through your imagination.
Doing science.
Doing science, chasing each other around in gorilla suits and playing grab ass and playing guitars and bagpipes and all manner of nonsense.
Well, I hope that giant oxygen system stays going because it's huge. It's and where do you get the air to make the oxygen?
Well,
don't you take air to make oxygen?
It's that whole recycle thing is like on the fritz. Goddamn.
Yeah. Oh man.
Don Pettit, he goes in there, uses that goddamn space bathroom we got and he always forgets to flush. And it's oh my god.
I was gonna ask you about him.
Go? What I was gonna ask you with that smell.
What's the point of that dude, honestly? Like, because there's other guys that are like Freemason, they have like Freemason channels and stuff, and they're total goofy too. They're like they're the face of these organizations. These are not goofy organizations with goofy people running them. You know what I mean? Why do they put the face out there like that?
I'll tell you why, because I think that those guys are like functionally slow, functionally retarded. And they've been MK Ultras and actually really believe that they've been in space and that they're on the space station and shit like that, man. I really do. Because, I mean, this guy sounds unreal, man. He's like,
it's unreal.
I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but unfortunately, and he's got those crazy eyes that look all.
I was like, no. First time I heard it, like, no way, no.
Yeah, right.
This ain't real. Oh my gosh.
But same thing I think about like Einstein. Okay,
yeah.
I don't think Einstein had two brain cells in his head. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
He plagiarized everything. You never saw them. You never see any time where he just talks. Okay. He's always reading something and reading it poorly, I might add.
Yeah.
But what people don't understand, this guy, he took his Nobel Prize money, paid off his wife, married his cousin who had two daughters and referred to them as his little harem.
Oof.
And the man also wore women's shoes.
Dang.
So this guy, but we tout him as being some brilliant.
Awful.
And he wasn't. They just brought him along because people were starting to see through Newton's bullshit. Now we had to bring in Einstein. And now they're trashing Einstein's bullshit and doing something else because they really want this thing to be a little magical ball flying around in space. And it's not everybody want.
Well, he was pro, he said the ether existed, I guess, in the beginning of his career. And then at the end, then he went against it at one point, which was his big thing, I think, was to say that there was no ether. I think, because that'll, I feel like that's the little tiny, just little sections of honeycomb bubbles or something that push up everything that's lighter than it, as, that really is gravity or something. It displaces everything under it. It's got to be the mechanism, that works with everything like you're talking about and stuff. The stuff of everything is the ether, that we're in.
Humans of Earth here says that so you want me to provide proof when we have shown you don't even know what proof means. Yes, we do know what proof means. It's a pretty self-evident word. This would be it would be conclusive demonstration that the claim is 100% true. So humans of Earth, I want you to note that up at the top of the chat, we have pinned the link to go ahead and come on up. So if you'd like to go ahead and provide that proof, as you say to us, we can just go ahead and, I guess, disband and no longer believe in flat Earth. So go ahead, anytime you're ready, just reach up there and click that little button. Just reach up there with your little finger and click that little link. Come on up here and set us all straight, bro. Okay? That's what we want. That's the kind of thing we're after. And don't forget to hit the like button before you come on up. But either way, we'll love to have you up. What is his name? Humans on the Earth or some shit. What's his name again? Short-term memory loss.
Let's see.
Humans of Earth. Humans of Earth. Humans of Earth. We are aliens. This sounds like that's the name of somebody who really wants there to be, like the day the Earth stood still type of
I know, man. It's so crazy now. Looking at
up that UAP bullshit. Why did they do that, man? Used to be UFO and now they're UAPs. Who got to choose and decide that dumb shit?
I know. It's so crazy.
Like you said, it might have been a copyright dispute between between the band and of course the conspiracy theory field.
Yeah.
There was a band called UFO, and I don't know, maybe they're looking to make a little bit of royalties back against bringing them back. It's like, no, we're not going to give your band any more popularity again. We're going to call them UAPs. Now, what they're supposed to do is reform and call themselves UAP, formerly known as UFO.
There you
go. That'll learn them. God
totally, man.
Yeah, it'll totally learn them. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Oh, no. Droppity. We don't need no droppity. We don't need no droppity.
Is that what it says?
We don't need no droppity in the house up in here. We really don't. Because we talking the truth about the truth about the earth.
And if there is some aliens, they're coming from that way, this way.
Look, they're already here. Look, man.
The extra terra, man. They came from south, though.
It's hang on, let me back up so you can
see. Go back, yeah.
It says illegal alien.
For Tijuana.
Right.
That's cool, dude.
Rolling out through the border. You thought it was just people from down south coming up through that border.
Right. The green man.
Let's see. What you know what? Here's what we need you to do, humans of Earth. You need to come on up here instead of wearing your damn fingers out typing like that. You need
on the other
to come up on the panel and showcase your brilliance. Shut that old damn Lucky Haskins up once and for all with your.
Oh, is he going out with Lucky?
With your proof. Yeah. I'm saying just do it, man. That's what we gotta have up here. We gotta have you come on up and dazzle us with your brilliance and prove
we are some reasonable people.
That we're monkeys on a fucking ball of water, whizzing through space at phenomenal, unfathomable speeds.
And if you did prove it, we would say, all right, well, you proved it. So prove it. We're a group of people that would say, hey, man, all right. You can't, it's flat. Sorry, man.
Humans of Earth, come on. You don't need Renee's permission to come on. Hit the fucking, the links up at the top of the chat. It's pinned up there.
Just breathe a little bit. I knew when you first.
I'll even listen, man. Look, here's what I'll do for you because I'm so accommodating. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll even just post it again within the chat. Get ready for it. Here it comes. You ready? All right, there it is. So you can click that one right there, and we can you can just let us know what exactly is the straw man aspect of it. I mean, I want to get to the bottom of this shit. I want to be set straight on this. I was saying the other day, I met this guy. He was hitchhiking down the road. I said, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" I said, "My name's David." And he says, "Well, my name's Jesus." And I said, "Well, let me tell you something, Jesus. I need to ask you a question." I says, "I know you've walked on the water, but I'm drowning on dry land. Can you help me out, my brother?" And so I know exactly right where you're at. So come on up here, human of Earth, and we'll get to the bottom of this
Come on, Dryland.
conspiracy theory. And hey, maybe you got some thoughts on the Mandela effect too, because there's a fresh one. Are you aware of the freshest one?
No, what is it?
Bob Barker just died yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And that was a few years ago.
And I was like, the motherfucker already died, man. What are you talking about? I was like, no, this ain't happening again, is it? I mean, because I remember that. And I almost wanted to say, it seemed like I'd seen something that had him in it, and they in the credits said in memory of Bob Barker.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, because I remembered that too. I thought I remembered that too. I heard a good one the other day, which was how you remember Houdini? How Houdini died?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. As I recall, the account of Houdini dying was that somebody took him up on his challenge to hit him in the gut.
Okay.
But he wasn't ready, and it something like ruptured his spleen or some shit like that.
So you're with me then. That's what I remember for a fact as a kid. But I was listening to what was it? One of the live streams of Good Channel. I forget who, but he brought that one up, and nobody there had all those people remember him drowning, and not getting hit in the stomach. But I remember him getting hit in the stomach. So I thought that was pretty funny, man.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for the. Well, how are they saying he died now?
He drowned doing a stunt. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that. No.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, not at all. And I know because I have two older brothers. One of them is the smartest guy I know. They're just books after books and facts after facts. So I remember totally I totally remember that.
So humans of Earth, why don't you come on up and set me straight then? What's the matter? You seem to be a little keyboard coward. Is that what's going on?
Go to the bathroom real quick. Get a cup of water.
Yeah, really, man. Just say, listen, you need to loosen up, brother. Just go over in the corner, pull your cheek apart, and fart real good, man.
It's trippy if you haven't come up yet. If you haven't,
maybe go take a shit or something.
Seriously, you got bubble guts?
Yeah, I mean, for real. You really should come up here and show me what a noob that I am. If you really think that, because I've had physics professors on here that could not hold up. I've had
have you really
rhetoric on here who couldn't hold up. Fuck, bring it, bro.
What do they say after though that they won and stuff and they're
well, that rhetoric tried to claim because he's simulcast,
right? So that's when I saw,
he simulcast it. And he was running it live on his channel, and I was running it live on my channel. Mm. So then afterwards, he was accusing me of turning down the volume of his microphone.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
And it wasn't, because my recording of him was perfect, but his recording has his microphone turned down. So in the typical dishonest fashion of Red's rhetoric, he tried to make it appear as though I had lowered his microphone so people couldn't hear it.
He does that stuff.
But see, that's what they have. No. That's what they have. All they have is dishonesty, making shit up, ridicule. Because see, this is the thing. You ever watched a herd of sheep? If one of the sheep, the sheepdog aren't the only ones that keep the sheep in line. Okay. If a sheep starts wandering off on his own, the rest of the sheep will start bleeding at that sheep that's going the wrong way. They'll start yelling, like rah, rah, like that to get him to go over in the other direction. And then eventually that's what'll bring the sheepdog over to bring you back into the herd. But I've seen an interesting thing happen is I've seen the sheep totally disregard both the bleeding of the sheep and the sheepdog. And the other sheep that witness this start to follow suit.
Okay.
See, so a lot of times it only takes one to give everybody else that push to go ahead.
Yeah.
And that happens. And I know it's been done to death, the equating of people to sheep, but it is.
But I mean, that's kind of really, frames it.
It's a great comparison because the herd mentality of people is very much that, like sheep.
Yeah.
Hence the term, I would imagine.
The terms are really old and really mean a lot, stuff like that.
They do.
Yeah. More and more I'm learning, everything's biblical and, yeah.
Yeah. Pale Horse Rider said he's seen a lot of comments. People said they remember Bob dying already. And I remember, man, because when I really do think that there was something, because I recall a conversation after the first time he died. And people commented, we were sitting around kind of talking about, God, I remember Bob Barker. Shit, how old was he anyways? Got to be 100, that kind of thing. And I brought up, I said, the funniest thing I ever saw with him was when he kicked the shit out of Adam Sandler in the Happy Gilmore movie. That shit is, the price isn't right, is it, Bob? And he turns around and gets the shit knocked out of him. I was like, this is great. Old Bob Barker kicking his ass out there, man. That was
the price is wrong, bitch.
Yeah. Where humans of Earth go to? Are they having trouble finding the link? I put it in the chat, and I know that they're extremely anxious to come up and showcase their brilliance and set me straight on the errors of my ways.
That's just the greatest little chat. LOL. So did he laugh out loud?
Did he really? Do you think?
Did he go ha ha ha?
That doesn't really look like a very sincere LOL. I mean, it's not even capitalized.
And noob. I don't think I've ever typed that word before, noob.
I don't think I have either. What does it mean?
I need like noob, like you just newbie?
I don't know. I'm definitely not a newbie. I mean, good God, look, I'm a little bit way past ripe,
I'm not doing nothing.
I'm getting ready to just drop off the tree over here. Fuck it.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like I tell these clowns on social media and everywhere else, I'm like, wait. Stop. This is not my first rodeo, cowboy. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm just going to let you know this right now. I've been down this road a million times, and I'm going to head you off at the pass with this argument right here. Boom, boom, boom. And it's done. There it is. Mm-hmm. Now all they have is a recourse to do their typical, well, you're a retard and your mom eats poop. And
they do, man.
Yeah. And, what's interesting is that I've noticed this. It's because, especially on this topic, when they go into their cognitive dissonance, they revert to a mental maturity level of around the age they were at when this lie took hold.
Interesting.
It really seems that way, because I see what would be seemingly intelligent adults revert to a playground name-calling mentality. Yeah. Even up to and including, I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah.
And it's like, wow.
It's my experience too. Yep. I got it last week. I went into the Lovelock cave where the red-headed giants are supposedly burned up and stuff. There's a couple there that went to see it too. And so I had a good conversation with the guy. It was kind of in the dark in the cave, but we're talking. So I made sure he got all on camera. Nice. And I'm like, look at this man cave. What do you, and so we started talking about everything. And then it got in my channel and stuff. He goes, oh, I want to know about your channel. I go, okay, but hey, I'm a flat earther, and that's what, and you see his face kind of, oh yeah. But the face is like, they know, is an intelligent guy, and it's just tearing him up inside or something. I don't know, man. I'm getting that look. Yeah. Like, they're like, kind of like, yeah. Oh yeah. Like dismissive about it, but.
Well, did you catch my stream where I had Dave Weiss and Austin Whitson on?
I think so. I think yeah.
Okay, and so that guy I know that came on there and he was like taking off his clothes and just really having a rough time with it.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh, you have to go back.
I gotta go watch it.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, we started out he's a friend of mine. So I'm kind of used to his bizarre behavior. I just didn't know he was going to do that kind of thing on camera. But they started out like in this plaid suit, almost like what you would expect to see a vaudeville comedian wear. And as the discussion was going on, he was slowly taking off his clothes to the point where then he ended up with no shirt on, in boxer shorts and then he changed headwear numerous times. So it was really quite crazy. But in any case, the dude was like, after the debate, right? And it wasn't really a debate. It was like trying to make him understand perspective. And because he was hung up on these star rotations, right? Hung up on these star rotations. And I was like, look, they're always going east to west. It just depends on how you're looking at them as to whether they appear to be going clockwise or counterclockwise. Okay. All you have to do is do like you're doing on a globe, and then in your mind, fold that globe out so that it's flat. Stay facing the same way. Now do you see what I'm talking about? And oftentimes they go, oh, well, I've been getting some messages from this guy a few times here over the last few weeks, and he's been going, oh, wait a second, man, I've been thinking about that. Now I do see it. If you change this perspective, and I'm like, okay, so the splinter was festering in his mind. And that's what I like to do. I like to put a splinter that will fester into someone's mind, because even if they dismiss it immediately, it's still going to be there, and they're still going to wonder about it because it won't make any goddamn sense to them. They'll have to know why. They'll fight it because of pride. I can't be fooled that easily. I'm not stupid. That building down there gave me a piece of paper and said that I was smart. So there.
I do that every day. Something like that. Say something unique that they're like, what? Catches their attention that no one else has ever said to them before. And and stuff. Certain things like a lot of the stuff we talked about are good little points to give to them.
Oh, I love to just
you
blow somebody's mind with this one. Ask them, say, do you feel more like you do now than when you first got here?
See, I'll steal that one for sure.
Yeah. Do you feel more like you do now than when you first got here? I mean, the reason I ask is because it's a lot earlier than it's going to be here in a little bit. But, that, of course, means that it's later than it was. So I'm wondering if you feel like you do now. And they're like, what the fuck? And that's like a jumping around through these imaginary timescapes that we keep in our head, future and past, whereas of course the answer to that question is going to be, well, of course, because there is nothing but the perpetual now.
Right.
Okay.
Literally all we have
in our mind, the future exists in our mind. Future hasn't happened. It's just a prediction we have within our mind, and the past is a memory of something that has already occurred. So all we are left with is perpetual now. So the answer to, do you feel more like you do now than when you first got here, is of course, yes.
I love it.
Yeah. But it opens the way for that right there, because that opens up a whole dialogue of interesting discussion right up to and including the manipulation of our time and how we've been enslaved by clocks.
The linear
over about the last 150 to 200 years, we've been enslaved by the clock. I mean, it used to be that to have a watch was an extravagant privilege, an extravagant item, a valued item, right? It wasn't something that everyone had. And there certainly was no such thing as a wristwatch. I think the first person in the United States to own a wristwatch is credited to be Mary Todd Lincoln.
How funny. Yeah.
So what happened with that is that it was like you had local time in wherever you lived. People gauged it off of the noon, which was the zenith at that place at that time. So that's how they judged it. See, there was no standardized, real standardized time. That's why they would say local and Pacific, or local and Eastern.
Indiana had like 32 time zones or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's like wherever noon is where it's above your head. You
Right.
know?
That's the zenith. That's
Yeah.
it right there.
Yeah.
And
Noon, that's noon for you.
that many 15 degrees,
Yeah.
from that many segments of 15 degrees
Mhm.
from the prime meridian determines what the hour that we gauge everything by. But it wasn't that important.
Right.
We start work in the morning.
Mhm.
About midday, we take a break and we eat.
Uh-huh.
And then we go home at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is how it was. It wasn't about you go and you punch in and you get paid by the hour and all this other
Right.
dumb shit. It just didn't work like that.
Like we work too much, you know.
Right. Well, it was the
We do.
Industrial Revolution. We're enslaved by the clock now.
Yeah.
So much so that you can ask somebody simple questions that have absolutely nothing to do with the clock, yet they will look at the clock in order to gauge their response. In other words, you can just ask somebody, say, "Are you hungry?" And they'll look to see what time it is. I didn't ask you what time it was. I asked you if you were hungry. Hungry is a feeling. It's not a time.
But I ate at 10.
Yeah, right. So I didn't ask you when you last ate. I asked
Funny
you.
as
If you're
shit,
hungry,
dude.
right?
That's so funny, bro.
I mean, you can
So true.
can do that all the time, with that, and it really does show how enslaved we are by it. And what it's done is it's put us into a Russian nesting doll system of resets.
Yeah.
And it's reset after reset after reset, within reset. So we have a daily reset. We get up and we follow the same little routine every day, get up at the same time, go have our coffee, do this, that, and the other, go to work, do the little routine at the work, come home, relax. Okay. So this daily thing is continuous. Then we mark that up through the week with different shit. Oh, look, it's Blue Monday, Taco Tuesday, it's Hump Day. Oh, good. Now finally it's Friday. And now my weakness ends because it's the weekend and I get to relax. Right? I get some time for my slave thing. But we still have our Saturday routine and our Sunday routine. And then we're right back into that. So we denote those out into little chunks of months. And we mark those with little markers too. Oh, it's Valentine's Day. Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day. Oh, it's fucking Easter. Oh, look, it's Labor Day. It's like, every month they got
keep you preoccupied looking to that,
Right. And then after a cycle of those, we have the little ball comes down. Everybody does same routine, stay up. They make promises to themselves.
Ritual.
No intention of leaving. And, do things they're going to regret later through the use of excessive use of alcohol. And you just start over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And that's like an endless cycle.
All predicated on this linear idea that we started from some little tadpole and we turned into something else, and then we got a little bit smarter, and now we're kind of smart, but we'll be smarter later, and then we'll all die. This linear death cycle.
Work, sleep, pay taxes, obey. After you get to this little bitty end to your life there, you can go sit on a beach and eat a puzzle and not remember who the fuck you are until they put you in the ground. It's like, well, that sounds like a good thing. Let's do that. And the kids their children are going to follow the same cycle, as will their children, And it takes people breaking away from that. And once, like you see, the most free thinkers are amongst the flat earthers, man. And it's like, we realize what kind of a bullshit the system has us under. We realize that our lives are much more than a timepiece. Our lives are much more than a timepiece. We are much greater than this making shit so that other people can buy shit, and then they give us money so that we can in turn go buy other people's shit.
Hell of an epiphany, realizing you're a slave, That's a hard one for a man to swallow when you think you're a man walking around living your own life. And then all of a sudden, that first year, I found out the earth was flat. I had a leg surgery that fixed my leg. Then I quit drinking a year after that. And that first year, man, I had 9 jobs because I was like, I just I couldn't handle it being a slave. You know, I come to grips with it now. Now I'm like, oh, I'm going to be the best one. Watch, I'm going to make as much money as I can.
Well,
I'm already.
And there again, it's all about a mindset. Once you realize that you can come to a point where you realize that your existence is much more than what's being portrayed, so to speak. Once you realize that, and that you can go to a much greater potential. See, here's what's going on. I don't know why this chat over here is not working. And it is over there. Maybe if I put something in here, I'm just going to put whatever. See what happens.
Does Lucky ever come on?
Over on YouTube, but it's not coming up in here through the StreamYard. The chat isn't. So I don't know. I'm not trying to take a picture or anything like that. But, so I have to keep my eyes open over there. So yeah, humans on the earth or whatever the fuck your name is.
Humans of Earth.
Maybe ask around a bit, see if I need to learn FE. I think you probably do need to learn FE, because if you think you're still a monkey on a spinning ball whirling through a void in 5 different directions, some of which are perpendicular to the others, and you don't feel anything, then I'm sorry, my friend, you need some help, bro. You do.
You might be a noob.
A noob. That's right. I'm thinking noobs.
We don't know.
I am. I'm thinking it's very, very possible. Whatever that is. I wonder what that means. Let's see if we can find a definition for it.
He's definitely a boob. No, we don't call name. We don't go to name.
No. I'm just wondering. Maybe it means a nice thing. Maybe it means really intelligent, smart, and handsome man. Because then I could be on board with that.
That could be, I could agree with that.
It's informal. So noob, the definition from Merriam-Webster says that it's informal. A person who has recently started a particular activity.
That's what we thought. I think
Well,
how long you been at it?
Yeah, well, let's see. How long ago was 2017, 2016, around in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, a good amount of years. But that's just the flat earth part.
Yeah.
Once the rest of it all just started, everything else on top of what I knew, and then this really, it was like the Jenga tower of deceit crashed.
Yeah.
The entire Jenga shower, and I was like, okay. So I'm looking at, that's why I don't really, I can't idolize anyone.
Oh, I know. Kill your heroes, man.
Like these people out there that are actually comparing Donald Trump to Jesus. I don't even know what the fuck to do with that.
I know. It's crazy.
I'm like, you got to be shitting me, man. Come on.
That's crazy. A politician.
I can't see being so hung up.
Yeah.
Or excited about who's going to run the system that tells you what the fuck you can and cannot do.
Govern your mind.
You're like, how often did the slaves on a plantation rejoice when they got a different fucking overseer? Mm-hmm. Oh, yay, a new whip. What the hell?
Yeah, I was at the San Jose, the Trump, I think it was one of the worst ones as far as the violence there, where the lady got kind of pushed up against the glass doors and they were like spitting on her. It's kind of a good looking, like maybe like a 25, 30-year-old lady. I was there at that. I was working at a high school right there. And so I took lunch. I go, I'm going to run down to the Trump rally, man, because I was all into it, man. I voted for the only time I ever voted was for Trump first time.
Really?
Yeah, because I was against politics, then a whole bunch of stuff happened to where I thought financially I thought I had to.
They convinced you that Donald Trump is not a politician.
Yeah, Mark Levin and all of them.
Politicians are just actors, and Donald Trump is indeed an actor. Okay. Salesmen are actors as well. Okay, they don't really give a fuck if you're happy with the product that they talk you into selling.
Nope.
Not it really, but they'll act like they are in order to get you to buy it. All right. It's the same thing with a politician. An actor wants you to believe his role so that it'll be to his advantage. This is why Hollywood and the political scene are so closely related. I think it was, oh God, what's his name? He does about the money. Gerald Celente. And I loved it when he said this. He said, politics is nothing more than show business for ugly people.
Interesting. Yeah.
You know?
Same family lines, probably.
Yeah.
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 I mean, you see them all at Bohemian Grove together, and how could you not? How could you look at politics ever the same again when you got Carter and Reagan and everybody, whoever, you know? I mean, come on, man.
Did you ever hear what Nixon said about the Bohemian Grove?
What did he say?
All right, hang on. While we're talking, I'll look for it. I know
I'm not a crook. I used to walk around doing Nixon when I was a kid. People would crack up.
This was good. This was really good.
Tricky dick, man. Tricky dicky.
He said it's one of the most homo goddamn things you ever He said, I'm afraid to shake hands with anybody.
Nixon. Maybe I like Nixon.
No, it's true. That's what he said too.
He's a California boy.
I have it on a recording. I'm trying to find it here. God knows where it could be. I have so much shit on this already.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, he said it's the most homo goddamn thing. Yeah, and that's verbatim. He said that's the most goddamn homo thing you ever seen. He says I'm goddamn afraid to shake hands with anybody.
Yeah, it wasn't boring back then, man.
No, man, this dude, I used to
love Reagan when I was a kid, man. I loved Reagan, man. He was like,
I was the honor guard at the foot of Air Force One when he came to Bitburg Cemetery.
No way.
Yeah.
Got to see him. Yeah.
I had to get a set of dress blues to do that with too.
Oh, man. Ronnie Reagan, man. Then you learn a lot.
Oh God, I got so many little things. I got shit about nukes being hoaxes.
Really? Interesting.
I mean, there's so much crap on here. I need to really start getting a little better organized, but that's me. I don't like to be organized.
I'm horrible at it, man. I can't do any of the editing.
I've done a little bit of editing. I've been having some fun with it, playing with it and learning.
Yeah. What do you use?
I use Power Director.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's pretty good. I like that. So I'm going to go here and I'm just going to type in Nixon and maybe it'll find it there. All right. Okay. Damn, right off the bat. Good job.
No way.
Let's see. Nixon, it's only 32 seconds long. Let me bring this up. Let's look at all right. So all right. Make sure the volume is up. Yeah, okay.
Let's look at Northern California. You understand? You know what's happening. San Francisco just gone. It's clear over this. I know that, but it isn't just not an erratic part of town. But the upper class in San Francisco is that way. The Bohemian Grove that I have had on time to time. The Easterners, the others that come there. But it is the most faggy goddamn thing you will ever imagine in San Francisco crowd because it's just terrible. You have to shake hands with everybody in San Francisco.
The San Francisco crowd goes there.
He says, I won't even shake hands with anybody.
Oh my God. Even back then, that's funny.
Yeah, man.
You kind of think of that as something that they forced to happen through the 80s and stuff. No, man, that's crazy.
That was off the tapes.
Man.
The infamous tapes, the White House.
Oh, really?
So that was early 70s, bro.
The gate, yeah.
So then, because after he resigned, first during that scandal, Spiro Agnew resigned.
Yep.
And then they put Gerald Ford as vice president.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nixon resigned, and that put Gerald Ford in the presidency.
Right. And he was tripping everywhere. Fell off the steps.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember-
Oh my God. Chevy Chase used to make fun of his
Yeah,
ass.
yeah, remember he hit the golf course, he fell. All that stuff.
Yeah. I'm playing some Destiny. I wonder what's going on with
Well, that was some funny Saturday Night Lives back then, man. Those are some good ones.
Dude. I know what I'm going to do. Wait a second. How can I do this? I'm going to copy this. I'm trying to figure out why my chat and StreamYard's not working. It's pissing me off. I'm going to paste this down over here, and I'm going to see if maybe I open it in another page, it'll work. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Go ahead. Give me my background. There we go. There. Now go over here and remove this one. Now let's see. No, look like I can. Cancel. I don't. I guess I didn't fix it. Oh wait. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to. Which one? Okay, this is the right one. Right? I can't do that. Okay, yeah, that's the one I want to close right there. I'm going to leave. There. Now we're still up. You still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, everything's good. Great.
Mhm.
Cool. And I've got these. Somebody was talking about Chevy Chase. It looks like it was maybe the last
Yeah. Oh,
thing.
God.
Let me close this down so I can see.
Oh, is it up?
Nope, it's still not scrolling. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm stuck on
If I go
924.
over here first and then come back. Let's see. I'm going to try something though. I know something else I'm going to try. We'll go like this. Hang in there. Hold this for me for a second. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
No problem. Fly me to the moon. Mhm. Everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? My chat is stuck. But
Oops. I thought I
There we
was
go.
I thought I was in. I wasn't in. So
Oh,
what's
yeah.
funny, this thing is saying nobody's watching, but
Oh,
it says that on the StreamYard that I'm using now because I
no.
came back in.
Yeah, I forgot my phone in the room. Usually I have it next to me.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, mine's stuck. My chat's stuck on
on the StreamYard.
9:24 p.m. was the last
Yeah,
one.
see the one on StreamYard right now. The last one I got is from Daniel Becker. Says yes, congratulations, Carter. Or wait, Carrie. And now the rest of them that's coming up on YouTube, I'm not getting them. They're not showing up. So I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It's kind of weird.
Crazy.
It's crazy. And it actually wants me to join the chat. And if I do that, it opens a different box. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that yet before.
Yeah, I don't understand what this thing is doing. What does this say if it learned more?
Choosing that. I'm going to close that.
I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't know. Well, it's all right. I still got it over here. I can still see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one over here. Oh, well, who cares? All right, whatever. But anyway, you see what happens. Like I said, we've been up here for 3 hours now.
Yeah.
And I put out the notification to all the mouthy little bastards on Facebook.
Did you really?
Not a single one of them dare to come up because they know that they cannot prove their bullshit. And especially if you don't let them use any pseudoscience, no assumed shit, no theoretical bullshit, only deal in facts. Okay? And they won't do it because their whole nonsense is derived from made up bullshit with no facts, pseudoscience.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It absolutely is a joke. Yeah, see, my thing still says 0 on this. I wonder if.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm going to do something real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
See if that fixed anything. Probably not. Would I refresh the.
Oh, yeah. If I refresh.
And it brought up all the other chats and shit. Where'd you go? Where'd Joe go? Oh, he's trying the same thing I did. Okay. He still got the link. So yeah, it looks like Daniel Becker looks like the very last one. So it's up there. We'll see if it does. It's not a big shake. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it, and I know it'll be corrected in the future if we need it to be. But yeah, I thought that's a real good one to show people.
It is, dude. There's so many killer, and just the idea of level and what the water in a ball, and I think this concept. It's like, so to me, it was easy. It was just like, that part was easy to go, okay, we're not spinning that just to get that part done with. It was instantaneous,
Yeah.
But to learn it, and then the rest of it took time, a lot of time to really, okay, what is happening here? We're not saying we know. None of us are like, oh, this is absolutely it.
Right.
Those guys got big channels.
a lot of times that what people don't understand is that I don't know is probably the smartest thing that anyone can say, because that leads to well, let's find out.
Yeah.
You see, that leads to let's find out. And all the time, the Globers, they want to go because they make a claim, and I'm blasting their claim.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just because I can tell you that your sun is not 93 million miles and that it is much close enough to be considered a local light, does not mean that I'm claiming an altitude or a size of it.
Right.
Okay.
Well put.
Altitude and size are commensurate with whatever daylight or whatever sunlight it's producing across the realm.
Right.
That's all I can tell you. All right. But we don't have parallel sun rays as we should from a distant object 93 million miles away. Right. If something could actually cast light that distance,
right,
which I'm calling bullshit on anyway.
And that's a thing, there's no,
right.
You can't argue that. That's right. It can't happen. So those are the things that we suspect are true. And then there's the things that are absolute. And now you're not spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Absolutely.
You're 66.6. You're not going, you're 500,000. It just, does any of it seem feasible in any way in your logical mind? And they either get upset or
well, see, humans of Earth, you're asking about coming up, on the next stream. You've sat here for over an hour being asked with the opportunity. The entire stream's been up 3 hours. I don't know how long you've been here. And in the time you've hesitated, you could have come up and laid your case open. But all I can say is subscribe. Be sure and like the video. And hit that bell notification button so that you can be alerted when I go live next time. Okay. Usually I'm pretty consistent with the time frame of 9:35. That's my rebellion against the clock, because it's not a normal time that people would expect. If I could make it even like 9:37, I would, just because that's an odd time. But in any case, I go live quite often, and probably going to much this week anyways, because just having fun. So, come on up. You could have clicked that link an hour ago, while you was in here wearing your fingers down, arguing with Lucky. You could have come up on here, laid out your case. We could have already probably had that discussed by now. Okay. So, but yeah, you're welcome to come on up next time that there's a stream, and I'll put the fucking thing up, and you come on up here and we'll do what you got to do. And you can dazzle us with your brilliance, set us all straight in our ways, because this is what the globe community has been waiting for, is just that right one to come forward and this argument once and for all.
That one, man.
You could be the one that pulls the sword from the stone.
And we'll go to space.
The King Arthur of Globetardia, man.
Pull the sword from the globe. It'll be you. You'll be the one.
It could be. You never know, man. It's an unlikely, I mean, what an unlikely candidate to kill Goliath was David for his right? No, very unlikely candidate. Yet he prevailed, right? And they beat the Philistines because of the axe of a young shepherd boy with a slingshot. So don't underestimate yourself.
Think about it. Oh.
You could be that David. You could be that St. George that defeats the dragon. You know, put this globe, that's flat Earth nonsense to rest once and for all. You know, make me a believer again.
Yeah,
that's the thing that gets you, is they want to act like you've never been exposed to this bullshit before.
I know, man. Like, come on, man. It's like,
no, I'm like, wait a minute. I went to the same shitty indoctrination centers you did, man.
Hello. I went to astronomy class with my mom when I was a kid. I liked all this stuff. I wanted to go to space, man. You know what I mean? I wasn't real obsessed about it, but everything like that. But like, that'd be cool. I remember watching my dad watching the space shuttles, going, how come they go side? They're going like that. Like I wish he was around today, man. I could talk to him about it.
Oh well, they're rolling over so they can with the curve of the Earth, so they can get orbit and all this other shit. And it's like, wait a second.
The slingshot.
From my understanding, isn't the fucking most expensive and hardest part of that is the fuel to rate ratio, that you got to conserve as much fuel to get out in the first place. And the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Why in the fuck are you going in an arc?
Yeah. Detached from the ball that you're coming.
Yeah.
Go.
Right.
I like Dave Weiss had his drone floating for like 2 hours. It was a couple of years ago, I think. I remember he had a drone just sitting there for like 2 hours. Why is it in one spot? Shouldn't it not be there no more?
Right.
Should it be 1,000 miles away, technically?
Yeah, it should. But it don't. It certainly don't.
Or 2,000 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, this idea, because they double out. It's all double speak, okay? When they're talking about their Greek guy, Aristophanes, the sun rays are coming in parallel, right?
With the sticks
and shadows. Yeah. But then when it comes to an eclipse, it's because they're radiant rays and they're not parallel. And so therefore it causes this umbra and penumbra phenomena, which still doesn't work out ratio wise. But nevertheless, it's like, wait a minute, how come during an eclipse the sun's rays become parallel, but then when it's sticks and shadows time, what?
Yeah.
They're coming in angled in one sense, but then they're coming in straight in the other. That's dumb.
Yeah.
I
always thought it's funny they go back to that one. Always, like, you think there'd be something newer to go to. No, we have Michelson and more and all that. We have old stuff too. We go to too, but I don't know, it's just kind of funny, man.
Well, it's just common sense, is really at the crux of it all right there, because you have to abandon all logic and common sense in order to swallow the shit in the first place.
Yeah.
But because they tell you around the same time as you're already believing some other shit that doesn't have any common sense, like tooth fairies, Easter bunnies, Santa Claus, that kind of shit, that's around the same time as they're blowing this crap at you.
Oh, yeah.
Because the only difference is they take away the Easter bunny, the Santa Claus, and the tooth fairy, and they leave you with the globe. That's exactly what they do.
Big time.
It's crap.
I mean, just videos I got of it's just endless, man. And I'm at from 6,000, 7,000 feet. I mean, what more do you need after that point? You know what I mean? There's just no way.
Well, even going all the way, man, going 120,000 feet or higher.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Absolutely zero curvature. I mean, that right there in itself ought to tell somebody something.
I flew to Denver last year, and it was like just looking out the window. I was with a big Native American guy. I was like, "Look, man!" I was talking to him before we got on the plane, and we got on the plane, man. And after, like the next day, we were working, and he goes, "It was flat, bro. It was flat." He was thinking about it all night, man. That was the first guy that said it right away. Like, yeah, you're right.
Oh, it's like I've said a few times here, especially this week. I'm predicting a tipping point next year.
Yeah, I feel it coming.
I really am.
Yeah.
Dave Weiss's app is taking off like fucking.
Is it really?
Crazy.
Yeah. I still have. I was one of the very first ever had it. It took too much room on my phone, but I'll get it back on my.
I hear blue cars are selling like wildfire.
Yeah, and how about that thing? The burst, how he burst and the soda comes out and the thing. Like, dude, you guys got to see this. You have to see this.
I was watching some video. There was these cars completely burned out, wheels melted, tires disintegrated, leaving only the wire mesh. Everything destroyed, glass melted, the whole 9 yards. And the only accelerant near them was grass.
Impossible. It's an impossibility that the grass did that. You just have a raging forest fire to do that.
Way far away from any fucking structures.
And now I'm going back to the Oakland fires when I was a kid and stuff. This is like all these, dude. These are just complete. All of them are just, they're arson.
You think they might have caught old Alex while he was sneaking around in the Bohemian Grove and maybe passed him around like Kissinger and Ford and them having away with him?
You imagine that shit?
Maybe got raped by Ronald Reagan and Nixon and all that fun shit. In there. Hillary Clinton taking pictures.
Fucking Rockefeller.
God damn it.
Oh, Carnegie taking turns.
He's been compromised.
Oh, good night. Good night, man. That's that 40-foot owl, that stuff. I'm like, dang, dude.
Klaus Schwab coming up going,
oh, Klaus. Oh, Klaus.
Now, since we have caught you at our secret club, we are going to punch your donut hole.
Go buy it. We gotta do better.
Listen, I'll tell him some other shit. I'll make something up. Please just don't punch my donut hole again.
Dude. Oh, man.
Bullshit, man.
It is. These people.
I mean, that whole thing about him getting sued for the Captain Hook thing, that's a big show, too. That's to make it so that everybody goes, oh, you got to be really careful if you say anything about these FF shootings and shit because you see what happened to Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Bring it. Watch me take the subpoena and wipe my fucking ass.
I love it, dude. Love it.
Real. I'm not even gonna play.
Oh, we'll make a show out of that one, boy.
Tell you what, man, and they did. I mean, he's been compromised for years.
Yeah.
I was into Alex Jones for a few years, and but then you know how he says, do your own research and everything. I was.
But does he say that too? That's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He'll direct you, go ahead, there's in published articles. Well, and then you search for a published article about it. Yeah. It's his.
Yeah.
It's his article. Right. And he always gets you down the rabbit hole and leads you out the wrong way, taking you completely off target.
Right.
He's all the time bitching and complaining about the Chi-Coms, but he never says shit about the tribe that really seems to be organizing and running everything.
Which he's married into, I think.
Well, of course.
Yeah. Of course. That's why I came by way of like Owen Benjamin, and it's all the same stuff. You don't know these guys. You'll never know them, but they're helpful to me. Helped me a lot.
People that are supposedly talking truth and have audiences that are that big on these platforms.
Yeah.
Something ain't jiving right, man. Yeah, right. Something ain't jiving right. Whereas, like, if I did the same things in most cases that they do and are allowed to get away with, they would shut my channel down.
Right. You can get to maybe 20, 30,000 maybe, but after that, they allow you or they don't. One of the other.
I'm creeping up. I'm creeping up there. I'm up at 869 right now.
Are you really? That's good.
Yeah. And so, it won't be too much longer. I'll probably break that 1,000 mark.
Right.
Shit,
Right.
And that's great. You know, that's great. But the thing is that you got to be careful by just getting a large audience. You got to make sure that you're not a cult of personality. Are they here for the content? Are they here for the information?
Yeah.
That's one of the criteria that I look at. And I'm really pretty well pleased with the audience that I seem to draw. I get very little trolls. I get very little globe trolls or any other thing like that, because they know without a doubt that I'm not going to put up with the assumptive bullshit. I'll call it out right directly. You know, and they know that I will. I've done it with with Professor Nick Volt, Captain Electricity or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and any of the number of these people, I don't care. Your degrees and bullshit do not frighten me. I don't care. They're meaningless to me. They're absolutely meaningless to me. They're a piece of parchment with somebody's writing on it, and it means nothing to me. Okay. The measure of a man's intellect is his ability to not only comprehend the information that he receives, but also to weave that into a cohesive thought. Okay, without someone else having to lay it out for you.
Yeah. Take that into day-to-day life and operate as a helpful man in this world.
Yes.
You know, not just a bumbling fool, you know, just talking about stuff.
Deductive reasoning. I pride myself on my ability of deductive reasoning and logical thinking. Because this is how, when they try to flim-flam you, you know, asking, oh, how did you find the distance to the sun? And they start wanting to tell me about, well, when we know that the orbital radius of Venus, I'm like, hold the phone a minute, wait a second. How do you know what the orbital radius of Venus is? We're trying to figure out how far away the thing it's supposedly orbiting is. And you just come with that out of nowhere? What the fuck? How do you know that?
Yeah.
Well, since we know Venus is approximately the same size as Earth, hold the phone. How'd you know that? See, I'm not going to let you slip in some kind of an assumptive shit.
The words have meaning.
That you're wanting to use in there, it has to be something proven.
Yep.
Like if you say we know the Earth is the same size as Venus because, and then give a logical and cohesive reason behind this claim, then it's just, you know, I just throw that in there so that my shit works. And it's like, well, no, you can't do that. That's why you're wrong about everything.
Yeah. Don't tell me probably this, or, you know, this probably happens here. I assume this, you know, no. That's so much of science is that.
I've actually had people tell me that they measure the distance to the sun, that they can use a laser. Now, wait a second. First off, you have to convince me that you have a laser that is capable of propagating a beam of light that can travel 93 million miles. All right. That's 8.5 light minutes. And then what happens in that type of a scenario, it's just like how radar works. You have to wait another 8.5 minutes for the results of that getting to it to come back to you so that you know the distance, right? Well, here's a problem, because 17 minutes have passed. And since you sent the laser beam to the sun the Earth has moved over 18,000 miles from its original position, which means that whatever bounces back is going to bounce back to where you were, not where you are. Okay, so now they're going to tell me they can tell this shit with all this. If you don't have equipment with a power strong enough to propagate a radio signal, a light beam, or any other fucking thing, those magnificent distances that are incomprehensible, even when you lay them out. I mean, they want to tell you trillions. Oh, it's trillions of miles. Do you know how many a trillion is?
You're not geared for it. Your mind's not geared for it.
1 trillion is a billion, right? It's a billion billions. So 1 trillion seconds is 31,780 years.
Think about that.
Yeah,
Numbers.
yeah. So you got to really
Yeah.
you lay that out into comparative analogy like that, then people can start to understand how ridiculous. I mean, a light year. I don't even think there is such a thing. You know,
Yeah.
these unfathomable distances, even though you can write it on a piece of paper, it doesn't mean it exists. I can draw a picture of a flying donkey. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they exist.
Right. Right. What would be the point of those numbers involved in your life and your operations? You know, there's just there's no way. Why would our system include that? A billion this and that.
It's to make you feel like an insignificant, infinitesimally small, unimportant, accidental organism.
Yeah.
That's what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Because right along with that comes the theory of evolution.
You know.
And, you know, they right off say, look, see those animals over there, those monkeys, they're very similar to us. And so therefore that means we came from them.
Yeah.
Well, I could do the same thing and say, you see that tree over there? You see how it's very similar to me and has arms on it and everything. And that's exactly where we came from because we have arms like the trees do.
They worked it hard in school, man. They had some pretty good stories too. They're like, maybe, you know, it's like, you know, they were good at that one, that evolution. That's kind of what pissed me off. That's why I was so offended by it. I'm like, man, yeah, you really did work that programming, didn't you?
Okay, here, humans of the earth says, I will expect to see you soon, given what you have just said. Okay, well, good. Why don't you click it? I thought you had to go to bed, and it's been like 20, 30 minutes since he said he had to go to bed, and he's still here. So what the fuck, dude? That sounded like a lame ass excuse to me. I don't know, Lucky. What do you think? There's Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Good to see her. I love this woman. She is so sweet. How you doing, sweet?
Nice. Oh, there she is.
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, Grandma's in the house.
She's always got
I'm
a nice
Rhea.
smile. Always got a nice smile. And just
I've never seen her yet. That's cool. Awesome. I'm a grandpa
Does my
too.
sound okay? I've never tried this in headphones.
It's a little bit muffled. It sounds a little muffled.
Is it plugged
Try 'em
in
off?
all the way?
Let's try them off. So, I am challenged. Can you hear
Go
me now?
ahead. Yeah, it's still a little bit muffled, but we can understand you. We can hear you. It almost sounds like you're on the telephone. And I'll turn you up
Well, I
just a little.
am.
Technically, you are,
yeah.
yes.
I'm on the telephone, so.
Let me turn you up
Figured
just a
you
little
needed-
bit.
Huh?
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I figured
So
we
what's
needed a grandma in the house, you know?
You got to, man. You got to. You got to. I'm a grandpa. I got a little one, little grandbaby.
Yeah, but
Oh, I'm a
I don't
I'm a
have little
grandpa too.
grandbabies. My
Nice.
grandkids are, my
We needed
grandkids are adults. So,
Yeah.
Well, my grandson's getting big. He's tall as hell.
Is he?
He's like the star of the soccer league,
Nice.
which is really cool.
Super
How
cool.
old is he?
Let's see, what is he now? 9? Yep, 9.
That's so fun,
Yeah,
man.
he just turned 9. But he's tall, man. He looks a lot of people think he's like 12,
Yeah.
you know. And
9, 10's a funny age. You get big.
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's funny as hell because you can see him. He's like my son Corey. My son Corey's really tall. This kid's uncle, right? He's really tall. And anytime you went to a school function, he was easy to find because he was sticking up above all the rest of them. You know, usually you go in there and you got to look through like you're trying to pick out chickens. Hell, this one, he was sticking right up above everybody else. So
That's funny.
I think
My
he's
son,
like 6'8".
is he really?
Yeah, I think he's
That's
6'7"
cool.
or 6'8", something like that. Yeah, he's tall as shit.
How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 5'11".
Okay. Yeah.
I used to be 6'3" till my sides gave out.
No way.
That's my excuse for muffin tops.
Yeah, my son was
Dave,
short, but he's. Yeah.
I used to be 5'5". I'm down to 5'2.5".
Well, we know that it seems to be a tendency of most people to start shrinking in height after about the age of 30. So yeah, I mean that's interesting. that we can.
It's called a pelvis to shoulder fusion.
Oh,
Well, they artificially shortened you. I got you.
Yes.
I got you. So you became vertically challenged.
And now I became a titanium piece of artwork. So
oh, nice.
Yeah.
As long as you feel good, you feel good moving around.
Robo
I have
Barbara.
no problems. Most people can't even tell.
Nice.
It's Robo Barbara.
It is.
You should have had him also give you a couple of freaking lasers.
No thanks. No.
It's pretty amazing how they can put you together, though, huh? Like, because I had an embolism in my leg. I had a vein removed, and they saved my foot, basically. I got hit by a car in 1983 when I was a kid, and 4 years ago, I literally had to have it eventually. So, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Lucky. I can't put comments on here because my fucking shit's not working right. Hang on, maybe if it will now.
Well, I can't read any of the chat, so.
Well, he's lucky. He says on here, where was that? He said I was hung like a horse before the Mandela effect. I'm gonna go with that too. I like that. I'm gonna go like that. I'm gonna go with that too.
My penis has been Mandela effect.
That's fucking funny.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I should start using it. I used to have double D's.
There you go. Shit, yeah, we can start using this shit to our advantage. Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
I mean, did you catch it? You caught that guy last night, Billy, that was on here, didn't you, Barbara?
I did. I came into it late. I caught his exit.
Yeah, I had to. I cannot stand. I'm even though I'm an ex-alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
And I empathize with people, right?
Yes.
I still do not like dealing or talking to drunk people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I just really don't. And so it's sort of like it just gives me like a no tolerance thing. And so I was pretty damn patient because I told him a bunch of times, man, I was like, you got to stop talking over people. You let somebody finish before you jump in, especially when you just jump in randomly and say something that doesn't even have anything to do with what we're talking about, you know? And finally he did it that one last time. I said, I'm sorry, buddy. I got to let you go. Bye.
Really?
Out, you know?
Had you had them on before?
Otherwise, I'm going to start getting mean, and I don't want to have to start getting mean.
Yeah.
That ain't going to help anybody out at all. But maybe he'll learn from that, and hopefully, you know, it's like, look, if you're that drunk, don't come on here. Don't show your ass to the world. You know,
like I don't mind my family drinking and stuff since I quit, but just random people out and stuff that are like, you know,
that's just it. I don't mind people drinking. I don't. Okay, and I have no problem being around people when they're drinking. I have absolutely zero want for it. In fact,
all my friends drink.
The thought of drinking alcohol revolts me. It's a little gift I was given by God. I mean, I can't even smell this. I hate the smell of rubbing alcohol, and I use it to clean my bong with, right? It revolts me. All right, so I don't have that problem. It's the drunk people when they start with the slurred ass speech and saying stupid shit and wandering off topic into some other kind of fuck. And I'm like, oh my God.
It's a waste of time, dude. It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, now that I no longer need my intrathecal pain pump, I'm allowed to drink wine, right?
Oh, cool.
But I'm allergic to alcohol. So because I used to stop labor IV 3 times, and it's like, man, that crap is nasty. So I can drink wine. I can't drink alcohol. But I take CBG before I do because it blocks the psychoactive effects. I get the relaxation. I get the resveratrol. You know, can I change the subject here for very, very briefly?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm
The
listening, and hold on, I'm listening. I'm just gonna go replenish my little cup of beverage here, coffee, but I'm listening because the kitchen's just right behind me.
Okay. The best thing that happened to me was when that 2018 Farm Bill passed, and it allowed the sale of hemp. God led me to research hemp CBD.
Interesting.
And within 3 months, I talked to my pain doctor because like I said, I have an intrathecal pain pump. I was on so many, and I had fentanyl, dilaudid, baclofen, and bupivacaine in it. When I began CBD, I had 8 autoimmunes because of the mesh that destroyed my health. So God's like, I want you to start this stuff, right? So fine, I talked to my pain doc. He's like, yeah, go for it. And they were selling it. So I bought a little bottle, $150. Holy cow. So I'm like, they're saying start at 30 milligrams, right? I'm like, man, that's $150 for, 30 mils. I don't think this stuff's going to work. So I started at 100. Well, I was getting biologic infusions at the time. And every 6 months, I would react allergically. And I was down to like 3 or 4 left. And it was like, man, and they wipe out your immune system. So I began CBD in September. In October, I have an allergic reaction. So I couldn't get any more. So I see my rheumatologist at the end of January. She goes, Pablo, what are you doing? I said, why? She said, your psoriatic arthritis is in full remission.
Oh.
I said, say what?
Really?
I said, yes.
What type is it? What type arthritis?
Psoriatic.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, my wife has rheumatoid.
Yeah, I had 3 types.
Interesting.
Because of the mesh, yeah. 3 months. And that was in January of 2020. I am still in full remission. I have required my intrathecal pump since 98.
Really?
They filled it last July. I was told it needed replaced in September because it was alarming.
Yeah.
Well, I was supposed to have it out in December. But when you've had 50 surgeries, you do not let them operate on you if it is not required.
Yeah.
So I canceled that. In January, my pump began alarming every 10 minutes. Because nanny, 5 times. It's still doing it. It's like, how long is it going to take this thing to die?
So that was CBD, though, you were taking? For regular CBD?
I took 100 milligrams of CBD a night.
Oh.
And I'd take it PRN if I needed it. Man,
Really?
I have been off prescription drugs now for almost a year and a half, except for baclofen. That one I had to take until last October. I haven't had a prescription since. I haven't seen a doctor since October, and I require seeing 1 to 6 a month for several years. So yeah, but we have this wonderful, wonderful endocannabinoid system that God created us with.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Well, it's got 2 types, and I'll end this here really quickly. But it's got 2 types of CB receptors in it, 1 and 2. THC works on one. CBD hemp plants work on the other. Together, and the first prescription made from hemp was for seizures. CBD stops seizures. It reverses brain damage from alcohol. It can cure cancer. I mean, the studies on that's why they outlawed it in 1937. Same year adrenochrome was discovered, right, Dave?
Well, yeah. Also, Barbara, there's another thing too. Let's not forget. People that use marijuana have been shown to be not as easily hypnotized.
Yeah.
Okay. It keeps, I think it allows you to think outside of the box. It encourages free thought, and that's extremely dangerous to the status quo.
That's interesting.
They don't want you to think. They just want you to do what they tell you to. Shut up, go home, do the same thing till you die. That's all they're after.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
both
funny.
types of cannabis open up your pineal gland too,
Mhm.
and that's our connection to God. So
It's like a dilator of a lot of things. Like, yeah.
It's your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, sure.
exactly, it's our antenna.
It's your Wi-Fi. Now think about this: what they do with fluoride in your water, which is a byproduct of the aluminum processing industry. Okay, again, aluminum. They want to inundate us with aluminum.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Well, aluminum, fluoride, calcifies the pineal gland. So try as an experiment one time, put a couple sheets of aluminum foil around your router in your house and see how good of a signal you get on your devices. It won't be very good. So that's the goal. So you do that, spray a few layers daily of some aluminum above the people that are already inundated with aluminum, and you really diminish their capability of contact with their higher self.
Mm.
I like to describe the higher conscious and the ego is the exact same thing as the devil and the angel on your shoulders. Okay. The angel is the higher conscience, and it's constantly struggling with the ego, the desires of the flesh versus the wisdom of the spirit at all times.
Capture that to the right ties to the ego.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good. That's good shit, man. That's good shit.
Well, I just want to encourage everybody to really research the endocannabinoid system and cannabis. And for those that do have problems, I highly, highly, highly recommend Lazarus Naturals. They have free shipping. They have an excellent reward system. And if you're disabled, low income, or a vet, they give a 60% discount. It only took me 15 minutes to get qualified.
Wow, that's incredible. If you got a link, Barbara, you're a mod. If you got a link for that, put it in the chat for us, would you?
I will.
I thought there was cops outside your window behind you, Barbara, but it's your candle.
Barbara's about to get fucking raided.
I'm like, dude, is there
she's no, this is my toy.
See a flashbang crash.
It's a CBD lady.
See a flashbang crash through the fucking window. I'm like, oh my God, Barbara, what have you been doing?
That's cool.
That is
really dolphin.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah,
it's a dolphin. Yeah,
sick.
That's really neat, man.
You know,
I wouldn't mind having one of those. Hey, here's something you can try, Barbara. It's kind of fun.
Light bulb?
Yeah. Use a fluorescent little light bulb and go near it like that, and it'll light it right up.
Well,
I amaze the hell out of my grandkids and shit with it. You just take
the little one, and it didn't work. I don't think I have the right.
Use one of those curly bulbs if you have one.
Oh yeah, who did that the other night?
Or even one of those long stick ones. You know,
I tried it after Tommy told the truth, did it?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I told him about that. This is what I was telling him. I was like, see, now this is exactly what causes daylight. Okay. Daylight and sunlight are two different things. Although the sun is responsible for the daylight, it is not the source of the daylight. Okay. You have sunlight and you have daylight. For instance, on a cloudy day, you don't have any sunlight. You have daylight though, because the sun is blocked out by the clouds. So what's causing the daylight? The daylight is caused by the positive electromagnetic field of the sun reacting upon the gases in the atmosphere, and they glow. And when you expose nitrogen, for instance, to a positive electric current, guess what happens? It glows blue, the same color blue as we see the sky.
So in that tube, in that enclosed tube, that little action of all that, that's fascinating, man.
It is. It propagates because, as we often find out, electricity and magnetism are brother and sister. Where you find one, the other will be. Always. Always.
Well,
Awesome.
something else that fascinated me that I learned this week, and I can't remember if it was Hustle Bitch or the real estate guy. They did a thing, and it was talking about the aluminum that they're putting in the chemtrails is like exacerbating these fires in the heat of them.
The trees burning from the inside out. I was thinking about that one time. Back when Paradise took place. And that's why I think that these fires are actually, there's something electrical just by the nature of what's left from it. Okay. And the intensity at which they burn. It's almost like, welding. Yeah. Like when you're welding, that kind of an arc.
Coat them first.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe not quite as intense, but enough to do what they've done there. And I think in Paradise, but over years and years, like you were saying, of spraying that shit. Of course, what goes up must come down. It comes down into the rainwater. It propagates into the soil. It's chelated, so it's going to get in the uptake of the tree. So now you have this aluminum inside the tree.
Fascinating.
Right? And I wonder if that maybe has something to do with the fact that these trees, because of the method that they've used to start this fire, like they hit the ground with this electric pulse, and that aluminum is all through everything. So it's like, and then intensely burns everything. I don't know, just some shit I'm throwing out there, spitballing, like this is,
that could be a possibility, big time. You don't know exactly what the chemicals are. You don't know exactly the beans of what they're doing. That's fascinating. Yeah.
And most people will never come to it because they do not realize the capabilities within the realm in which they live, because they don't know where they live. They don't realize this thing is a big battery. They don't understand how energy works. They don't understand how frequency works. They don't understand anything. They just know that they go through this nesting dolls of resets daily, weekly, monthly. And as long as their belly's full, something entertaining is on television, and they have a warm place to shit, they don't care.
Like your oceans are systems, current systems, and underneath, everything's pumped and moves, and it's a whole,
Do you watch Melodome? Do you watch Melodome?
Yeah. Yep.
How about you, Barbara? Do you watch Melodome?
No, I never heard of it.
I got a T-shirt.
You would like him. You really would. You'd like him.
Austin is awesome, man.
Yeah, Austin is really awesome. It's like I was able to catch one of his lives today. It's like his lives always happen. Something happens where I miss him.
Yeah,
and then I have to watch him later.
About a month ago, I got to call in.
I was on his show one time about like maybe a year ago, I think.
I bet. Yeah, that's cool.
And he's really a good guy. But anyway, today he was talking about these tides and how people think it's by the moon. And he's showing that it's not caused by the moon. But the idea that people would get that it is caused by the moon is, to me, like saying, oh, okay, well, you see that light on my oven, right? Every time, like as though that light is what's making your oven hot.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's him. Yeah. That's him.
I'm subscribed.
You're in. Oh, yeah.
All right, Austin, I got you another subscriber, brother.
You'll be right at home. You'll be good.
Yeah, man, you'll love it. So, but you look at it like this. All right, here's a scenario. I notice every day a little red sedan goes by my house. And shortly after it, my mail arrives. Okay. Now I'm going to further this by telling you that on Sunday, the little red car doesn't go by. And the mail doesn't come either. So I can easily make the idea or correlation that the little red car going by my house is the cause of me getting mail. Right? When in reality, another possibility is the little red car going past my house is that mail delivery person going to work. And then right after that, they're in their truck delivering my mail. Or that the guy goes to work at a certain time, Monday through Saturday, and the mail comes at a certain time, Monday through Saturday. And it's just a coincidence that they both do that, you see.
Right.
So this is these are, again, assumptions. You see, the moon is doing that. That means that this is happening. Well, okay, maybe it does mean that that is happening. It
Right.
doesn't mean that it's the cause of it. Okay, no more than your speedometer is the cause of your car's speed, right? So that would be like thinking that, you know, the dial reaching 60 miles per hour on your speedometer is what is causing you to go 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, the guy in the lab coat will say, "Look at the red car. It's a red car. Just focus on that. That's it. Only reason the red car. No other reason why your mail got."
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, these are just some. You have to think along all the lines of logic before you can make a conclusion about something.
Yeah, that'd
And
be
that
like
is
trying
one.
to tell the cop, oh, but you know, my car was going 95 miles an hour because it was following the car in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy was a cop with no lights on. So what's up? And you better give him a ticket too. No, they won't.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get out of here, buddy. Get some
Yep.
sleep. But I super appreciate you having me on, man.
Absolutely, Joe. It's good to have you, man. Anytime.
Yeah, awesome. And so good to meet you. And Barbara, and now that we could talk and chat, and it's nice to put some voice to it. So it's cool.
And
Yeah.
It was awesome to meet you, Joe.
Okay, guys. We'll talk soon.
So
Okay.
Lucky Haskins says, turns out the red car was just a gay guy watching Dave's mailman delivering the mail. It's like, yeah, there's another possibility. He might be stalking the mail carrier. Who knows, you know? But so many, but they'd say, you know, just, oh, well, this fits, so it must be so. Well, no, we have to go beyond that. We have to look at all the possibilities and then rule out those possibilities one by one. You see?
I have an interesting hypothesis for you. You know, I've talked about the nano-domestic quail project for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That thing blew my mind when I read it. You know, it precedes the Rockefeller lockstep by, well, it was in, 97, 99, and it came out Rockefeller 2010.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about they're planning on shoving nanotech in us through our air, our water, our food, you name it, they're going to shove it in us. Well, then they're going to use the 5G towers and that to quell the population, right, and control us. Well, then you read about the
Did you say quell or call?
quell, Quell. Quell.
Okay, see, because my theory is that they're going to use it to cull, Cull.
Oh, that's in there too. That's in there.
Useless eaters. Got to get rid of them useless eaters. They're using up their stuff, man.
Yeah. But you know, you can't find all of the stuff I'd saved on that is almost wiped now. So I don't have most of the info. But they tell you that they're going to use the 5G because they can control us that way. They can control the crowds. They can induce disease. Somehow they can even see through concrete with 5G.
Now, how long ago were you reading about that?
2020.
Okay, so check this out. These people that have been going, like people that were at Travis Scott's concert, remember those people just died in the middle? Okay.
Yeah.
And recently, people who have gone to Taylor Swift concerts cannot remember being there.
Serious?
Yeah, and there's been, I mean, it's not just a couple, it's a lot of people, and it's like something going on there again. It's what we were just talking about, the frequency, energy, and vibration. Were you here when I was talking about my idea about the stars being the projectors of the actual orchestra that is producing the reality at which we're experiencing?
I think they're souls.
Absolutely. I do have to wonder, And the wisdom throughout the ages is that seems to be the consensus of just about every civilization up until this one. And what I mean by this one, I'm talking about the post-industrial revolution, ignorant meat sack society that we have. And that's pretty much what we have, is like a lot of really, and it's not their fault. They were made to be ignorant meat sacks.
Yeah, we're
Is that
living
what
in the
they're
dark
after?
ages.
So yeah, they are trying to do that. And in this shit, I've seen some other stuff about, where they finding that substance. What do they call it? That nanocarbon or some kind of bullshit like that. That when a frequency's put to it, it'll self-assemble into some kind of a circuitry.
The black goo.
Yeah. So what in the world, and it's just so just nefarious and creepy and disgusting, and it goes against just about anything good that you can think of. And it's like, why do they want to just be evil? Why do they just want to be evil all the time, Barbara? Why wouldn't you, the old adage, you get more flies with honey? Wouldn't you rather have people kind of like adore you and remember you for doing good things and not for being a shitheel?
Absolutely. And that's an excellent question, Dave, because I cannot, my brain cannot imagine ever intentionally hurting anybody. So how on earth do these people do this? I mean, it's like, I have no idea.
It's almost like they get off on it, and I think they really do. I really do. I think they do. I think they respond to horror much the same way as people respond to joy or, happiness. They equate those things together for some reason. And I'll tell you, I mean, it just seems to be a damn certainty that their primary goal is just to be evil. It's not this shit that, we care about the environment and all that other shit. It's all about control, manipulation. And it started with the mind, and it's about to go physical. Okay. We've been telling people for years, man, there's a war on for your mind. They're trying to hijack your consciousness. In fact, they have hijacked your consciousness. So now once they got your mind, they want your mind, they want your body, and they want your soul.
Join the board.
Who's that sound like? Who that sound like that would want your mind, body, and soul?
Elon Musk.
Or Satan.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like and even one of the Mandela effects is that Hall & Oates song. It says, you got my body while you want my soul. Now it's you've got the soul.
Yeah.
You got my body, now you want the soul.
Well, that's like mamas and papas. I pretend to pray. Excuse me?
Right.
How do you pretend to pray?
Right, exactly. And what a blasphemous thing that would be to do, really. And this is what I see. A lot of these things are, especially when it comes to scripture, of a blasphemous nature. I mean, that fellow last night, I don't know why he could not understand that I was pointing out that now it says that not only is God a jealous God, that his actual name is jealous.
Yes.
And he just could not grasp that shit. He kept telling me, well, yeah, because he's jealous. I said, so did you ever sit down at prayer and say, like somebody's in the hospital and you say, oh, jealous, please help us in this hour of need? Did anybody ever done that? Say, oh, jealous, we thank you for this bounty of food before us. No, nobody's ever done that, have they? So
no, and people equate the word jealous with envy, and that is not what the Bible is describing. I mean, I look at it like as a mother, right? I had two sons, and they both married. Hands up, we won't go there, anyways. But yeah, my daughter-in-laws hate me. So you want them to pick wonderful wives, not Satan's daughter, right? I mean, so, yeah, I was jealous. I wanted them to choose wives of my father, not of Satan. Make sense? That's what jealous means to me. It's like, I want the very best for you. I can give you the very best if you just listen and do, love your neighbor as yourself. Love is the greatest force in this
Well,
universe.
and the reason behind that is because your neighbor is yourself.
You're exactly right.
Okay, we are all just reflections of one another, and we're a reflection of the infinite possibility. That's what each and every one of us is, a reflection of the infinite possibility of ourselves. And this is what causes us to either admire or detest others. And it's based on admirable qualities or qualities that you're afraid of, all of which you have within you, but are afraid to explore or won't because of how reprehensible it is. You see?
Well, they breed insecurity in you from the day that you're born. Be afraid. And it's gotten significantly worse. I mean, God, I never had knee pads, eye pads, helmet when I was riding my bike or scooter or whatever. You didn't even need a motorcycle helmet, when I was riding my mini truck.
No, whose concern is that anyway? Whose concern is that? Isn't my safety my responsibility?
Exactly.
I'm not looking for a nanny or a guard or anything else like that. The government's job is not to do that. The government's job is to protect my rights from you and your rights from me. That's all. That's it.
You and I both agree that we are in the Satan's last days of his short season.
Yeah, I do believe that, yeah.
And I'm going to go back to the nanotech for a minute, because it's not just, remember in China when they flipped the 5G on and people died walking, riding there, 500,000 people just dropped dead. And I don't think people remember that. I think it was China in Focus that reported on it. Maybe it was the Epic Times, can't remember. But then you had people that were zombied out. They were walking through the airport and they just froze in place and stayed there. Remember all these videos?
Yeah.
That's all the Nano Domestic Quill Project at work, in my opinion.
There was a movie here recently. I think it had John Cusack in it. It's been within the last couple of years. And I think it's called Cell. And what it is, he's trying to talk to his kid on the phone. He keeps getting dropped calls. He's talking to his kid on the phone. He's at the airport. All of a sudden, all these people, their phones ring. And as soon as they answer it and they put it up to their head, then they just all start going berserk and everybody's trying to kill each other and shit. And they're killing themselves and doing all this. Yeah. And I was like, wow, man, that movie kind of resonated with me because, we think along those levels of that, we realize that is a distinct possibility and that, they are absolutely making a conscious effort to do something very much like that, if not worse.
Well, the zombie movies are exactly the same thing. And now with these people freezing, they stand there for 30 minutes. And I've seen pictures where 30 people are all just frozen in place.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I know there's some weird shit. And then there again, maybe is that just a glitch in the program? Because I think that there's a certain amount of people that we surfacely interact with that are not real people. You know what I mean? They're just like scenery people in a video game. You can never get into any kind of a conversation with them. It's always on the surface. They take your money or whatever, a clerk at the store or whatever. There seems to be no depth to them. They're almost like an automaton that's just doing something. And oftentimes when they're not doing something, I like to sit back and I watch people like that. I'll just watch them.
The Stepford Wives.
They just stand there with this blank look on their face until they have to interact with them, till their next project comes about. And I go, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder what that motherfucker's thinking, man. I wonder what's going through his mind right now. Is anything going through his mind?
The grocery list.
It maybe nothing. Because I've asked people before, that I know or shit like that, and it amazes me is like they'll see him and they're like this. I go, what are you thinking about, man? And they're like, nothing. And I'm like, how in the fuck can somebody think about nothing? How in the hell do you not think about anything? How do you shut your brain off? I can't do it. I can't.
I can't. I am ADD as it gets. So my brain.
I don't know how the fuck you would ever shut it down, man. It seems like there's going to be plenty of time for shutting it down later on. Let's keep this thing rolling. And it's all the time. It's going in my sleep too, man. My subconscious all the time. Shit working around in there. And all of a sudden I'll wake up and I'm like, oh, some answer to a question I was thinking about like 2 weeks ago. And all of a sudden the answer comes to me and I wake up and go, fuck, that makes sense now. I got it.
When I was going to nursing school, God bless me with a brain that works like nobody else's apparently. I would do all the studying that I'd do my research for my term papers and that. In the morning it was due, I would get up and I'd type it because I'd dream it. And my neighbor would come over and she wrote so big. We had to do like 4 pages minimum, right? So she'd bring me 4 pages of handwritten. It'd end up being like 1.5 pages typed because she couldn't type. So I'd type hers up. Man, I had to know her subject too in order to get 4 pages out of it. I'd type 2 term papers up in 4 hours. We'd go to school.
Oh my word.
It was awesome. But I've learned that God's children do their greatest spiritual work while they're sleeping.
Access money. Yeah, almost definitely. I know I do spiritual war. I wake up sometimes exhausted. I do. I know it's on another plane. On another plane, I am fucking bashing. But Access Monday says NPCs are real. I'm like, yeah, no doubt, right, bro? You a nurse, Barb? That's what he's asking you. He says, I'm X-ray. He's an X-ray tech, never took the jab, though.
No, hell no. No, I was disabled in 98 by RSD, suicide disease. And that's why I needed the pump. So, no, I've
been out of the game a little bit. Time. It's a good thing because it's only gotten worse,
Well, I wasn't exactly out of the game because I went from nurse because I hurt my back on the job in 93. So I had 2 fusions before I was disabled it took a lot to put me down. So I went from professional nurse to professional patient. I had 24 years of 1 to 5 surgeries a year. It sucked. But I was in Satan's crosshairs too because I'm, Jehovah's daughter. You're Jehovah's son. They can't. Satan hates us. He doesn't like the light theory.
All the time. And that's like I've said before, though, as far as like where I'm at, we were talking about that, where it's those with eyes to see and ears to hear.
Exactly.
And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, wait a minute. Of all the people, you pick me, I'm like the most unlikely candidate. I am the most irreverent person that you're ever going to meet, but it's mainly because I like to make people laugh. I always have, and that's, I don't know, and sometimes you be irreverent because it's funny, it's just definitely funny. We like to tickle that humor bone. And, you'd figure people say, oh, like the liquor store Santa, he's on this idea that, oh, you're going to burn in hell. So me and Brian Stabley, we're getting a paddle boat for the Lake of Fire. We're getting a paddle boat together. We decided we're going to rent one of them motherfuckers down there.
Oh, don't bother. I'm driving the batshit crazy train to heaven.
It's like, wait a second. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Who are you to cast these aspersions on people and whatnot? But I'm like, I feel bad for those people, because they're really act, supposedly like towing the line of what they, their religion or whatever. I don't observe any religion. I just know that there's a creator God and that I'm, part of that. And that's cool. And, I don't get all hung up in that other shit, but I'm able to see this stuff and be able to accept it. Accept it, because it's sort of like I'm not, these other people are like, there's no way, that's impossible, shit can't change. And other people saying, no, it's not changing. And I'm like, this is exciting as hell, man. This is so crazy. This is exciting. What the fuck are you people afraid of? This is neat.
We are so blessed to be alive at this time and see the ushering in of the eternal kingdom. It's just like, man, it stokes me.
Yeah, I do too. I'm glad too. It's like not everybody gets to see the end or the beginning, however you want to look at it. Did you ever hear of a book called The Restaurant at the End of the Universe?
No, sounds interesting.
It was a sequel to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But the reason it was called The Restaurant at the End of the Universe is because you go there, it was a dinner theater thing, and you got to witness the end of the universe while you had dinner.
Oh, wow.
This thing could travel forward in time to the end of the universe so you could witness it. But I've always thought that, here we are at the restaurant at the end of the universe. Wow, neat.
I'm glad you brought that up. All I do is research because what else is there to do, right? So I read several years ago that since 2012, nothing that the elite could do would change the outcome. They keep ending up at DIA in front of Lucifer, the satanic horse, which I'm only 32 miles from, waiting destruction at the eternal lake of fire.
Wait a second. You're saying you're right near what they call Lucifer?
Oh yeah, I'm 32 miles from Lucifer.
Dude, that thing is the creepiest ass looking thing. Jiminy Cricket's all blue with these red glowing eyes and these nasty fucking veins in his puckered out asshole. I'm like, oh, this thing's terrible.
You ought to fly into DIA at 2 a.m. in the morning. That is creepy as crap.
And they got all that stupid looking tent work shit up everywhere.
Well, yeah, and they got the underground trains too,
Yeah.
And they got the 3 different terminals, and I mean, when you see the aerial, it's like, man, these people are so beyond afraid.
Isn't it shaped like a swastika from the air? And there's I had read where they had removed more dirt while building that than they removed to build the Panama Canal.
There's allegedly 7 cities underneath it, including a resort with palm trees, great big like lake in that. That's where Obama apparently came and hid during the crisis during his administration.
Brandy, stop it. She's got herself a little spot on her. I'm going to have to take her to the vet. I can't figure out what's going on.
Poor thing. Give her some CBD.
Yeah, I should. I've got some in there. I'll give her some. You got to stop messing with that, sweetheart. There's nothing I can do for you right now. Know what you want me to do.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
But, the Mandela effect, if they can scry and they can remote view and all this crap. Well, Tesla had a time machine that he patented. And during the Tartarian era, they could reportedly teleport. So they have all these advanced capabilities that we're completely ignorant of.
Uh-huh.
So the odds are they've been time traveling. This is my theory, trying to change the outcome. And that may be what caused, because it even says that in the Bible. They're changing. I think it's in Daniel 7. They're trying to change it. Yeah. And then
the end of times and the laws.
Exactly. And Enoch 8 talks about all of the gifts, that they were taught in that. So maybe they have been time traveling and that's caused the Mandela effects. I don't know. Maybe timelines are convergent. It's all interesting theory, but
I don't know, man. It's like Brian says, with the residue, that's what messes that up. It's like, I don't know, man. This is because this isn't just something that's happened. This is continuing to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's now with the Bob Barker thing, there's Bob Barker died a second time now. And it's like, okay, here we go with that shit again.
well, then you got all these people that fake their deaths.
Now they're going to tell us, wait for him to tell us that he was never on The Price is Right. I'll wait for that one, boy. That'll be the one.
Yeah, I liked it when they said that the Kennedys were the Jesus strand along with Trump.
Oh my God.
Yeah. JFK arose on the fourth day. That pretty much kind of solidified that where that came from.
Oh my God. This is
They even put out videos.
People are equating Trump with Jesus.
Oh, I know they are. Well, actually, Kim Clement prophesied Trump. This is why I believe in time travel. Because what prophet makes $1 million a year? What true prophet? And he had prophecies that didn't come through.
Yeah.
But he predicted, and he died in 16, right before Trump was elected. He said that he would be elected twice, that he would serve 2 terms, and that he would be impeached twice. All that came true. But his other prophecies didn't, because Yellowstone hadn't blown yet.
Well, here's some things that I find kind of alarming, and especially when it comes toward this one world government type thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
A Zionist empire.
Yes.
Okay. When he moved our embassy from the capital Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Yes.
Okay, that was a bit alarming. That was really quite a bit alarming. Now, I do not understand this alliance with Israel at all. Okay. It seems to me this is pretty much how the alliance goes. We give billions of dollars in weapons and aid to Israel. And on their half of that, they allow us to do that. So that pretty much seems to be what our alliance with them was. I don't recall them helping out in any capacity, even though we were doing it at their behest in Iran or with Syria or in Afghanistan or any other conflicts in that region previous to that. In fact,
until Ukraine, same with Ukraine.
Well, they haven't been helping with Ukraine. The only time I've actually seen really Israel do anything was when they tried to sink the USS Liberty in 1967 during the 6 Days War. Okay, they killed several U.S. sailors and Marines. They damaged the ship. They wounded several others, and people were threatened with court-martial, imprisonment, and death for if they even talked about it. Mm-hmm. Johnson literally called off air support to come and defend them from the attack. If it wasn't for a Soviet observation plane noticing that it was Israeli jets and torpedo boats that were attacking the USS Liberty, that's when they called off the strike. Johnson was quoted as saying, "I want that goddamn boat on the bottom." They were going to take it. They were going to get us in on the side of Israel against Syria and Egypt. Okay. As it stands now, they were only able to go as far as the Golan Heights. This is all part of the Greater Israel Project. The 2 blue stripes on their flag represent the Tigris and the Euphrates River, and they want to run everything in between those two.
Well, let me throw the other wrench in the works on this one, because Trump's first whirlwind tour in office began in Saudi Arabia, right, with the sword dance.
Yeah.
And all but 4 countries within that period of time turned over the keys to their kingdom and their purses to him because of allegedly blackmail. So we're down to two things right there. Perfectly describes the Antichrist, Well, there's more than one, but all the leaders and that will bow down to him. So you're left with two possibilities, because the POW flag is still flying over the White House. The barbed wire was faced in. Gitmo was expanded. So number one, and I pray we do have white hats in charge, and that Gitmo are doing tribunals. I have no idea, but evidence tends to support that. But if Trump was on the Epstein flight logs, so if he's either an actor or he's doing this to save his butt, or there are no white hats.
Well, that's it. That's where I'm at right there. There are no white hats. I mean, we have to first look at this from a surface aspect of it. Do we really think that there are people in government that are going to come and save us from government? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Of course not. It's not in their best interest to do that. Not at all. As they are power-seeking entities. That's what they do. They're never going to relinquish any power. Never. They only increase the amount of power that they keep grabbing and trying to take. So no, this is a Hegelian dialectic. Now, like I said before, Joe Biden is an actor. He's not really a bumbling, senile old man. He's an actor. He's not even really the Joe Biden that we know or knew, or whatever. The Senator Joe Biden and this character are obviously two different people whatsoever.
Same with Gates.
My whole thing is that I believe that good old Donnie was involved with the demise of his own election in order to propagate this show. Okay. And then this way he can come in, and after everybody's had enough and about ready to scream uncle, here comes Donnie like a knight in shining armor, the cavalry coming in to rescue. And then all your people that are equating him with Jesus, and they're going to be so fucking happy, and they'll let him get away with just about any fucking thing he pushes. And so when he does shove us into this one world government bullshit, this WEF crap, people will go right along with it. I actually had a woman tell me one time, she was a Trump supporter, and it was at a 2A rally. And she said, I would never give up my guns unless Donald Trump asked me to.
Oh, my heavens.
I went, really? Wow. Wow. You don't even know that guy. You don't even know him. You only know the image of a character that's portrayed for you by the cameras. Okay. You have no idea what that dude is like in real life at all.
And a lifelong Democrat too.
Yes. Good friends with the Clintons. Won that election on the mantra of lock her up, lock her up, lock her up, in reference to Hillary Clinton. Right. And as soon as he had the thing secured and the nails were in the coffin, they were chanting, lock her up, lock her up. And he said, oh, we don't care about that anymore. They're good people. Let's leave them alone. What?
You want me to take your theory one step further and show you just how depraved and evil I think they truly are?
Sure.
All right. So I've given you the three options, right? And you gave me yours.
Mm-hmm.
What if all three of them are true? And
that's a possibility.
And all of this is an elaborate show, not to wake us up, but to divide us even further into camps. We're in a period of the Great Delusion, and it is all Satan's agenda in the end, so that people will think that there's white hats, and Satan has no problem throwing his own under the bus.
So it should be called Operation Inception because it's a dream within a dream.
Yeah. So So what if these executions and tribunals are going on, which that would not surprise me at all, because it builds Trump up more as a savior. You see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm. But see, here's what gets me: if they've uncovered and done away with such corruption, why the need for such secrecy?
Well, because you got to feel like you're special. You got to feel like, man, I'm in on the know.
Right.
You see where I'm going? You've got to make America great. So all of these people are convinced Trump is their savior.
Yeah.
And all of these like bad people, the white hats are taken out. Well, you don't believe there's any white hats. I'd like to pray that there are. But I also know Satan will take out his own.
Well, I gotta look at it like this, though, Barbara. Once you get to that level of politics, you have to be such a reprehensible scumbag person to have made it to that level that I think you're never going to come back from that. Okay, it's not like you're going to get there and say, okay, whew, I lied, cheated, and hoarded my way all the way up to this position. Now I can grab a hold of my morals and do the right thing. That's said nobody ever. I mean, it's just, no. I have a hard time believing. This is why I understood this at a young age. I was like, wait. When I found out that it cost these people millions upon millions of dollars to run a campaign, to win a job position that paid a mere fraction of what they put into it, that would be so stupid. That'd be like me going up and offering McDonald's $40,000 to give me a $12,000 a year job. That's stupid. So I'm like, okay, there's more to this. And I know that these people aren't in it for my interest. So what's the interest? What is their interest in this position, really? You see? And that's what you have to look at, because it's not for the good of a bunch, 30 million people that he doesn't fucking know, or 80 million people, or how many ever people are in the United States, whatever. He's not in it for the best interest of those people.
No, I think that they're trying to incite another civil war.
Oh, they absolutely are. That's why they're trying to piss you off. Why do you think they're going to? Well, this interesting variant that's coming out of the pandemic. I think it's called BS 24/7, and that's what they're getting ready. And it's funny because these things only come out during elections. You see. And I think that's rather interesting, and nevertheless, they're getting ready to start that bullshit again. And I think they already have a pretty good suspicion that they're going to get way more pushback this time than they did before. Because
and another Operation Warp Speed too.
Yeah. Well, what's his nuts has already been promoting it. Biden, he's already been promoting getting a new vaccine for the new variant and all this other shit. And it's like, look, dude, I made it through the last one just fine. And I didn't have to do none of your stupid shit. I didn't do any of it. Not one bit of it. I didn't even know any of it was going on the way I acted. It was like as though nothing were going on. Nothing.
And the fact that they're even allowing like the stuff from Maui to get out, it's like, oh, nothing can be, nobody has internet and that, none of this stuff can get out and that, but yet it does. That's all. None of this is unplanned.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm real skeptical about some of the shit that I'm hearing out of Hawaii, because like you said, how are you getting these videos out if you don't have any internet?
Exactly.
That's first and foremost. You gotta go with that. Another interesting thing that we found out, there's somebody reporting that there's no ham operators in.
Oh, really?
No ham radio operators in Hawaii operating anything either. So I don't know, man.
Well,
maybe it's altogether possible that this didn't even happen.
Well, I'm kind of like a mother bear, you do not touch the babies.
Right.
And if there's 1,000 kids missing, I mean, good heavens, you would see signs plastered everywhere.
Yes, where are the grieving parents?
Yes.
Where are the grieving parents? Now, just entertain this idea for a minute. As far as it goes with this trafficking cabal and what they do, right?
Yeah.
So they sent the kids home from school, right?
Oh, but did they? Because school wasn't supposed to start till the next day.
Right. Well, here's the thing, though. Where are the bodies of these children? Now, it's easy to say, oh, they're all burned up. But what if instead of them being actually sent home, that these kids were actually taken somewhere else?
Yeah.
The fire starts. All these people assume that these kids burned up in the fire. And oh my God, that's terrible. Meanwhile, they're in cargo containers going God knows where. It's just food for thought. I'm not saying this is what's happening. It's within the realm of possibility. And we have to entertain every possible thing in order to rule out the ones that don't work and find what's actually happening. This is called the scientific method. For those of you that doubt that I use a scientific method, this is exactly what the fuck is going on here with this. So we have but there again, the lack of us hearing anything out of parents, and they seem to be pushing the directed energy weapon narrative, which I find very suspicious. There's a very well done, high quality video channel that I've never heard of before. I never searched him or anything else. It just started popping up in my feed from somebody called Hawaii Real Estate.
You and me both.
Okay. And so he's been showing all these pictures and videos of cars that have melted. And I think he did the thing about the blue stuff that didn't burn, and showing T-shirts that were blue inside of a burned building. Well, how
the one he was going to auction off.
I mean, well, here's the thing. How did the blue color, if you're floating the idea of the blue spectrum not kind of being impervious to this directed energy weapon, which seems to be what they're trying to suggest, how did the directed energy weapon that burned the building keep the shit inside from burning? How did, just because it's blue, did it not succumb to the physics of fire within the building? You see, so I have questions like that don't make sense. And I wonder, why is this guy able to get his high quality videos out? Several of them.
But that's because you use logic, Dave.
Yeah. See, and it's now it could be absolutely legitimate. However, given the preponderance of evidence, I have to err on the side of saying I think he's propagating bullshit for the establishment that wants us to go on with this directed energy weaponry shit. Because after all, if they got you figured out that nukes aren't scaring you anymore, directed energy weapons sure as fuck out to scare the hell out of you.
And I mean, they could do all of this from what I understand from 5G and 6G.
Well, I heard that blue cars are now selling like wildfire.
Yeah, imagine that.
You see what I done there? You see what I did there too soon? I'm sorry. It's just
wildfire. Like, and then you see all the logos, are like blue. They got blue in them.
Yeah.
And then right afterwards, everybody's wearing blue shirts and crap.
Oh, yeah. They're really trying to push it. Listen, they run little psychological shit like that, especially like with colors too. I saw another thing that said that the frequency spectrum of blue is 66.6 hertz or some shit like that. Now, I don't know if that's true or if it's just more of this propagation of bullshit. I didn't bother looking into it yet, but they're really trying to push that. And if you remember when we were really trying to get everybody, everybody decided that they suddenly supported the greatest, latest thing, and they put Ukraine flags in their profiles and everything like that. If you notice that the media television shows like Today and Fox News and shit like that, they changed their set color decor to reflect the colors of the Ukrainian flag. And this was so that you'd be sitting there listening to this propaganda and also equating those colors in there with that same shit, you see, because anytime other, it's always red, blue with little flashes of white.
Well, do you remember when Do you remember going to the movies when you were little?
Oh,
and an intermission that do the Coke and the popcorn, but it
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
so brief you barely saw it.
Yeah. Well, there was, I remember the little, you remember the little animated food snacks and shit that they sang that little song? It goes, let's go up to the lobby. Let's go out to the lobby. Let's go out to the lobby and get ourselves a snack. Right. And it was like they did that, but a lot of times they tried that shit, experimentation. I'm sure that they still use it. In fact, I know that they do. I knew a guy that worked for a subliminal recording company that made the music tapes and shit for stores, and there's subliminal messages in there to get you to buy more, to not steal, shit like that. You know, it's really, it's all mind control. And so,
Yeah, but now they want you to steal.
oh, oops. What happened? You popped out and popped back in all magic.
No, the screen did a.
Oh, yeah,
thing.
the circle of despair.
Do I look like I'm in despair?
That's what I call that, the circle of despair. It's like it's just there and it goes and it won't go away, and you just at its mercy until shit comes back. You know, that's why I call it that. It's like a little black hole.
I have a question for you, Dave, because
Sure enough,
you strike me as this type of person. The last 3 years in particular, I have been filled with peace that passes understanding. The world is in complete chaos, and I have never known such peace. Now, are you experiencing that too?
yeah. I'm just an observer. I'm just watching. This
Exactly.
shit's fucking hilarious, man. I'm sitting back going, this shit's fucking hilarious. People are like, what are we gonna do? And I was like, there ain't shit you can do. Just let it go.
Hey, can you put a poll in chat on that one?
Can I do what?
Put a poll in chat on that.
All right, let me get rid of this one here first. Let's see. The NDE poll came out to be only 44% of the audience had an NDE or died and been revived. Okay. So we're going to end that poll. Now here, we'll start another poll. And what do you want? What's the question? Go ahead.
Ask how many people have more peace than they've ever known before. Right. Or at peace. I don't know how you want to. I mean, I've just never known such peace. It's like untouched. Aside from my rent going up.
Oh, yeah. Tell me I got a spelling error for pandemic. No shit. It's not a Webster's word, bro. So there we go. It's up there. The poll is, do you feel more at peace now than you did when the pandemic started? So I think that's a pretty good way to word it. So I don't know why my freaking StreamYard chat's not working. It's pissing me off.
Hey, tell Daniel, if he wants CBD RSO oil, he can get it from Lazarus Naturals. I put it in the chat.
Okay, yeah, Lazarus Naturals. It's in the chat, Daniel. I guess it's just lazarusnaturals.com. Is that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
And you better know
only
how to be.
CBD. It's not the THC.
Right. You better know how to spell Lazarus, or you better get your Bible out. All I can tell you. I think that's kind of a creative name for something like that, because it, bringing you back from the dead.
It is. Well, I expected to be dead by now, literally.
Well, like my little dog, my German Shepherd Brandy. I don't know where she went. She must have gone into the living room. Oh no, there she is over in the other bed. She was having problems with her joints and shit like that. Mm-hmm. And I was getting really sad and worried. And I ran across these chews on Facebook. They're called Woofies. So I thought, what the hell? Let me give them a try. I'm not kidding you. They started working immediately. You should see her now. It's amazing. It's been like about a month and a half. And now she's like running outside when we play and chasing after the ball. Like, she's 8 years old, but, so she's not going to be all as spry as she was when she was, 2. but nevertheless, it's like a whole nother dog. It really brought her life back. And
You
I've
wanna
got
know-
some dog CBDs in there. I should give her some tonight.
What's really weird, when I started taking CBD, you know, I've never, ever had, and I've been on the strongest narcotics that you can give.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a lot of fentanyl. I mean, you got to be pretty hardcore. And, you know, I had absolutely no withdrawal,
Really?
which is really bizarre because I was taking these orally on top of my pump. But when I started taking it, I had a long-haired black cat, Fluff, and he was, 18 at the time?
Mhm.
And he was laying out in my little garden area. He come in, and I started tearing up the stairs, and I thought, well, he's chasing a little butterfly or something, right?
Mhm.
So I was laughing, and I walked around. He got on the fourth step. He fell over backwards and went to get up, and his legs collapsed out from under it. And it's like, I don't know what bit him. It's like a venomous spider or something. And I'm sitting there, and I'm watching my cat die in front of me. And you couldn't take him to the vet because he, like, freaks when you get in the car. So I knew that would exacerbate. It's like, what the hell can I do? So I grabbed my CBD and gave it to him. And I waited for 4 days for him to die. I put him in my bedroom next to my bed. He would drink water. I mean, he wouldn't even get up.
Aw.
And that 4 days later, he's up and he's walking around. I'm like,
Good.
he died last summer at 21.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
He was my best friend.
Yeah, that's how I am with my Brandy girl and all my dogs, really, you know. But Brandy and I got a real special bond. She's been all over the place with me. We've been all around the United States together, and she won't do anything without me. I mean, it's crazy. It's almost absurd. My wife will go to let everybody out. All the other 4 dogs all just go right to the door and go out. Brandy stands up and looks at me and waits for me to go, okay, go outside and go.
Yep.
And then she'll go. And then she looks back and see if I'm going, because half the time she wants me to come to the door while she goes out. You know, like it's insane how attached together we are. I mean, her little soul. I tell her all the time. I say she's my little angel that fell from heaven. She is. She's just like a little angel, you know. And she's helped me through some difficult times, you know. And you know, I wouldn't trade her for the world, man. Wouldn't trade her for the world.
Well, you know what's really bizarre was Fluff. Like 3 months before he died, he had a tumor over his left eye, and it kept getting bigger and bigger. And you know, you can't do anything because you can't take him to the vet. And you know, at 21, what are you going to do? But I put his CBD in his food. He started refusing to eat his food if I put CBD in it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep. He wouldn't touch anything I put it in. It's like, nope, my time to go.
Yeah, they know.
He did. And you know where he died? This is so bizarre. He went and curled up in his litter box.
Oh.
So I didn't have a mess.
Well, ain't that something?
Makes me cry.
Oh. Man. Because it says Daniel Becker said something about it. He says he's dealing with that now, that he needs to get off the opiates. Yeah, I suggest that to anybody that's on opiates. They're bad. They're bad, man. They're useful. They're useful in some situations, but the prolonged use of them is it's no good for you, man. No good whatsoever.
Hang on a second. I'll be right back. I want to show you something if I can. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, because we're gonna close her down here in just a few minutes. Anyways, I was gonna do that about a week ago, but then we got into more discussion. That always happens here at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We have no sense of time up here in space. You know, it's hard for us to gauge these things. That's why we have to have a timeometer, a chronograph.
There they are.
Some of you unscience people might refer to it as a clock, but
I'm in the process of packing to move, so I'm like I've got boxes everywhere, so finding anything. So like,
Great day. Where are you moving to?
either Virginia, Puerto Rico, or Panama. I'm not sure yet.
Virginia.
Yeah,
Where?
I was adopted in 2019 by a 6-year-old Russian girl.
Where?
They barely spoke English, and they live in Virginia City.
Which city?
No, Virginia Beach.
Oh, Virginia Beach. Okay, it's way over there in the flatlands. That's over on the east side of the state. I'm all clear way over on the west side of the state.
Well, she's trying to talk me into moving there, and I was like, man, I'm just waiting for Abba to tell me where I'm going.
That's right where the Atlantic. That's right near the Atlantic Fleet.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see this, but I want to prove I am not kidding. Can
Oh
you see
my
that?
goodness.
Yeah, see, there's the pump. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, I am not joking about. I am a titanium work of art.
Man,
Here's the other one.
I have to say I've been very, very fortunate to
You see
not
that?
have ever had to have any kind of surgery.
Can you see it?
Yeah. I think other than sewing up a hole here and there from time to time, I've never had to have like any kind of invasive surgery or anything like that.
Well, they've taken out everything but my spleen or kidney that they can. So.
Oh my God, no, I'm not. I pretty much, with the exception of my teeth, I pretty much got everything that I came in here with.
Oh, you want to know what's really weird too? I don't know if this has happened to anybody else. My amalgam fillings.
Yeah.
I've had 2 of them fall out.
Wow.
Just flat fall out when I was trying to detox my pineal gland. Just like, well,
amalgam is made with mercury. You understand?
yes,
And
it's very unhealthy.
talk about some detox that really did a number there. If it took out the amalgam, shit, yeah, we need to get that recipe out there. We really do. I mean, that shit knocking fillings out of your damn teeth. You know it's cracking that fucking pineal gland open. You know
Well,
it
I
is.
don't know if it was the CBD, but it was like a year after I started taking CBD, all of a sudden I've lost 2 fillings. And I only had 3. But yeah. And nobody talks about, they talk about the THC in that, but THC works on one receptor and the CBD works on the other. You need them both together.
Yep, absolutely. Look at there. Speaking of clocks, Tommy, to tell the truth, is constantly telling everybody when it's 4:20. He's like our town crier. He's like, it's 4:20, all is well.
Well, I'm kind of like on the same channel because I see repeating numbers all the time or sequences. It's like 1919, 2121, 2112.
Yep. I get palindromes all the time. It's weird, man. I'll pull up like my YouTube and now I'm at 869. I pulled it up and it was at 868. Or I'll go and look at a view count on a video and it'll be like, 585. And I'm like, gee, many crickets, man. And then I go through all this shit where I start adding it up, so I'll, see what it is, what it bases itself down to, and what's the significance of that number. And, I kind of pay attention to some of that shit. I really do. Because it's, I even like, all right, so this sounds weird. When I buy gas, I will only buy it in increments that will work out by 3. And I buy it from pump number 3. And if all the other pumps are empty and there's somebody at pump number 3, I will wait for them to move. Okay. So like $12 is a doable thing because 2 + 1 is 3.
Uh-huh.
Okay. $30, you know, whatever it takes, as long as it's something by 3, then I'll do it. I stay within that. And I don't know, it just seems it worked out to be just like some kind of a pattern. And, you know, things, as I do that, things just seem to work real kind of smooth for me as I go through this little show that we seem to be enduring. But I'm like you, I just like, oh, okay. Then I'm like, oh boy, they're going to start that crap again. This ought to be funny. Let's see what happens with that. You know, it's like, I'm not dreading things like most people are. I'm just like, yes, bring on the next act. We want to see the next act. Bring that on. That's what, you know, entertain me, slaves, entertain me. And it cracks me up, man.
It is so funny you said that, because I was posting something last night. And I talk to God all the time, right? So it is possible to do that. And all of a sudden, people don't know who God is, I swear. He's got one wicked sense of humor. He's laughing and he goes, you know, you're screwing with the Illuminati, right? I go, what do you mean? He goes, look at how you sign that. Amen, amen, amen. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. 3-3. He said, look at every one of your posts. He said, you do it all the time.
No
He
shit.
said, you are just totally screwing with him. He said, those are my numbers. 33 is a master number, so is 22 and 11. But you want to know what really blow your mind, Dave?
What's that?
Because anagrams, right? Anagrams are often mean more than the definition. Take your entire name, first, middle, last name.
Right.
Anagram it, and then anagram your screen name with it. It'll blow your mind.
I bet it would. I'll have to sit down and do that sometime. That's yeah, absolutely.
God had me do that one day. Oh my heavens! I was like, wow. I talked to Mr. Super Sci-Fi about it one day too. I sent him a few anagrams of his.
This is getting crazy here because I've got the YouTube open on this screen, but I got StreamYard open on this screen. But in order to be able to pay attention to anything on the chat, I got to keep doing that. Maybe I ought to just move my camera over on top of that screen, then I'll be looking right at it all the time.
Yeah, that's why I just use my phone and say the heck with it. I don't need to follow chat.
Right. Well, I got a lot of stuff that I do on here, you know, because it's like I share video, pictures, all kinds of shit like that on here. So, like, if you ever watched my son's show, he's got like one monitor.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah.
Okay, so when he's showing you something and he's looking at it on the screen, he can't see anything that's going on StreamYard.
Right.
Right. So this works out well for me because I can pay attention to that while having something up over here, you know, and it gives me a little bit more control, which I like to be able to do that because this isn't easy, you know, it's getting easier, but I mean, it's like you have to be producer, talent,
yes,
director, I mean, everything all at once, you know, moderating shit as well, you know, and luckily I've got some good people like you and some others in my chat that they take care of the, they take care of the riffraff, which we seem to not get a whole lot of. That's amazing.
No, and I'm not somebody who's going to block anybody either. Intentionally, I muted somebody one day. I didn't mean to do that. Or I hit something, but I figured out how to unhide it, but I kept hiding it, thinking I was trying to. I am so tech challenged. When I tried that, this is like the 5th time I tried to jump on StreamYard, right? And I don't use Safari. I hate it. I use Firefox or Brave. So I tried, and I couldn't join it. I am so blasted tech challenged.
I'm just using the wherever the fuck it comes with Windows, some new thing now.
I don't have a computer. I bought an Apple laptop, and
look at here. Who's Algorithm? Algorithm said they tagged me and said, "Space is real."
It's what?
He said, "Space is real."
Well, it is between your ears.
Well, there, and I've got cargo space within my Jeep, and there's space in my front room in the middle of the living room where there's nothing at. Of course, absolutely. If you're talking about that nonsense of a lumpy vacuum with balls of gas burning in it, well, no, I'm sorry, son. That's not real. That's
Hey, you know what blows my mind, Dave, and I've mentioned this in chat before. A 5-year-old that rides a merry-go-round
oh god, yeah.
practically knows we are not on a spinning globe.
Well, I'm sure
Wasting the sun while avoiding meteors and all this other crap.
that is retarded to think that crap. It really is. It really the fact I'm ashamed that I actually fell for it. For myself. Let me see. Who is this at? We got somebody that says that they are. It's easier for me to just address it instead of having to type in there. Little Smurfs Eat Ivy says a first-time viewer and hello, good to see you and welcome. Make sure you hit that like button. If you feel, well, I'm getting ready to shut it down, but in the future, I put the link up for people to be able to come up and chat. I was hoping to get some globies in here tonight, but I don't know. I must be the flashlight to their cockroachedness, because as soon as I said, here's the link, come on up and discuss it with me, all those mouthy bastards disappeared. They disappeared. It was like they had nothing more to say. I was like, well, that's what I figured, so let's go ahead and go with that.
Well, you know what? And I absolutely love your chat. It has got some of the most intelligent people in it and most knowledgeable I've met, literally. So I
am in the IFS. I'm sorry, he thought I was in the ISS. I am in the IFS. Okay, there really is no ISS. Okay, that's for little kids. That shit's all for little kids. It really is. They say even blow you out with that crap when you're a baby by putting a mobile with a bunch of balls that move around up over top of your face while you're trying, in your crib. It's because people are mesmerized by that shit. They are mesmerized, and they get so gross into it that they get angry when you try to take away their ball like a little kid. These dogs, they act like globetards. They will not give up that ball. They are crazy about it. I can move it no matter where I go with it. They're watching it.
I want to know who designed the snorkels to go in the helmets to go to space.
Yeah, well, that's a problem in that pool, apparently. Well, I guess but where would they be getting the air from if there's a snorkel inside their helmet and their helmet is filling up with air? So they put the snorkel in their mouth. What is this other end of the snorkel getting air from?
The tether.
It's just dumb as hell, man. Just come on.
The tether.
And you know that if they had a vacuum toilet thing like that up there, they would all be abusing it. Every one of them.
That was what I was thinking in the back of my head. Is like, oh, I'm not going to say that.
Yep, that they would all be abusing it. Absolutely. And come on, man. You can only play grab ass in a monkey suit for so long before it leads to something.
Well, yeah. And imagine being the only woman up there. I mean, seriously.
Well, that's why they're not allowed to have any alone time or masturbate up there. And they actually put a video about this out. Because in the weightless environment, one of the sperms can be flying around and accidentally get one of the female astronauts pregnant. And I was like, that's just a high-tech, I got it from the toilet seat excuse. That's all that is. You realize that, that's all that is. It's just a high-tech, I got pregnant from the toilet seat. That's you was up there doing the monkey in there. And that's what happened. You was up there doing space dirty. You was up there doing your weightless space dirty, and you got knocked up, woman. That's what happened.
They send this erect phallus up to space, right?
Right.
Where are these people sleeping at? They're not big enough.
And drinking from a vagina cup.
You know what? That reminds me of the diaphragms back in the 60s. My mom used to have.
It did. It's like, come on, man, little catcher. It's like, come on, man. And then they had to get the most butchy woman they had to demonstrate the cup. I mean, none of that is by accident whatsoever. None. That was and when they show the rocket going off, they'll jerk the camera so that the rocket goes like this. It's like, oh, look, it looked like a pecker. Ha 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 ha. It's like Beavis and Butthead are ruling the world. That's what's happening. We have Beavis and Butthead are in charge of the space operations.
I had to block MTV when my boys were young because they kept doing that Beavis and Butthead laugh all the time.
Yeah. Fire.
I put a block on my TV, on MTV, because of Beavis and Butthead.
Oh my God. Me and my girlfriend, back when that was popular back in the 90s, we would sit and smoke weed and watch Beavis and Butthead and laugh our asses off because, at some level, everyone has known Beavis and Butthead. Okay. They have known those two guys, man, for real. Maybe not quite as exaggerated, but you knew the guys. They existed, and that's great. Mike Judge is a comedic genius. I think he's the same guy that put out King of the Hill, which I love. I'll watch reruns of that all the time because that cracks me up. Hank Hill is funny as shit to me. The characters on there, the way that they developed them and everything was really good. And you figured that's just an animation, and it hits the mark. His movie Idiocracy, that's another great one too. You've seen that, haven't you? Oh my God, it's great. It's got Luke Wilson, and what happens is he's volunteered for an army experiment to be cryogenically frozen. All right. And he's supposed to be cryogenically frozen for 1 year, and then they're going to bring him back. But the project gets shut down during that year, and he's forgotten about. And he wakes up in a landfill 500 years in the future, where the human race has devolved to complete stupidity. About to where we're at right now. Maybe just a little worse. I'm like 500 years. No, it wasn't even, because it's less than 25 years this shit started happening. But it's funny as hell. I highly suggest it because the even just the way everything is done is hilarious. The House of Representatives has now become the House of Representing.
Oh my goodness.
And each group, like each state, their senators and their representatives are like got gang colors and shit.
That's an awesome movie to do together.
Oh, it got Terry Crews. Oh, I can't show it on here. There ain't no way. It comes copyright, man.
What about on Rumble?
I don't know. I think they'd probably strike it for copyright too. But I mean, it's out there. It's all over on streaming services and shit. I just suggest watching it. Shit, they tried that with me last night.
I was going to say, what happened to your video last night? I was going to go watch the hour and a half I missed.
Yeah. Zontar got pooched, and it's under public domain. It's under public domain. So what the fuck? And yet Welsh News Network shows full-length motion pictures every day, and I need to find out how he's able to do that, because like he's showing shit that I know for sure is owned by Disney, like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Wow.
And no problems. So there's something I need to find out how he's able to do that. Maybe I'll reach out to him and see what he does. But no, I'm saying this movie, it's been out for a while, and if you need to look it up if you have any kind of a streaming service or whatever. It's called Idiocracy. And oh my God, it is hilarious.
I watched one recently that's similar to that. I can't remember the name, but this guy goes up into space and his pod malfunctions, and he wakes up like 99 years too early or so.
Oh yeah,
Who wakes up this other girl?
I saw that listed, and I saw the preview for it, watched the little trailer thing for it, and I was like, that's one. So I think it's in my list. I forget what it's called, but I marked it to put it in my list of shit.
It was good. I enjoyed it. It was a lot better than the
well, you know what's
cocaine bear.
all right. So
Cocaine
like
bear.
the society, the level of intellect amongst the society in this movie is about where Beavis and Butthead's intellect is at. Okay, that's about where it's at. It's funny. Like even Carl's Jr. It's funny. It's like everybody's commercialized. They don't even drink water. Everybody drinks sports drink. Even the drinking fountains just have sports drink in it. Everybody's just freaking stupid. They can't figure out why their crops are dying, and it's because they're watering them with Gatorade.
Well, you know, that's
So
like
that's what they do, because he passed a rudimentary IQ test. Then he was deemed to be the smartest man in the world. So they hired him at the White House to figure out what to do about the crops. And he's like, well, why don't we put water on them? And he goes, water like in the toilet? I ain't never saw no plant grow out of a toilet before. It's like, I thought you were smart. It's like, oh my God. And it reminds me of talking to some of these globies. It really does. That's what you get back from them, is that same kind of thing. I never saw a plant growing out of a toilet before. It's like, what the fuck? It's fun. You'd love it. I know you'd love it. You'll laugh your ass off. You will. It's funnier than hell. Was it Fuddruckers, the restaurant Fuddruckers? It shows that it migrates finally to where it's called butt fuckers by this time. And it's Costco is like this big, huge, like unnavigatable, gigantic warehouse the size of a city. You know, I mean, everything is just so exaggerated. It's funny. Buildings are fucked up. The hospital he goes to is called St. God.
Oh my Lord.
And they didn't have the room on the building for it, so they just ran the rest of the words down the side of the building and shit. It's like, oh my God, everything about it is hilarious. It's like Carl's Jr.
Well, you know, that reminds me of like some of those Cheech and Chongs.
Oh my God, yeah. And I that's one that I watch over and over too, Idiocracy. It cracks me up. But the only thing is, it's like, no, that's set too far in the future. You ain't got to go that far for that. You really don't.
Another thing that I think you'd probably, your audience might like, are some of the older comedians.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of their jokes are like carry a lot of.
Let me tell you something. My sides literally ached in 1984 with Eddie Murphy, and that bit he did about the barbecue with his dad being drunk and telling off Gus, your wife's a Bigfoot.
That has been so long ago.
Yeah, that one and Delirious, those were great. Those two shows were great. I had those on tape. I remember I was in the Army. We were sitting there drinking beer, listening to that tape out on a picnic table. Just my sides were aching from laughing. It was so funny. And
as a nurse, I know the value of laughter. I mean, it is one of the most healing forces there is next to love.
Yep.
And you're just smiling. I mean, if you're in a bad mood, just smiling will snap you out of that blasted mood.
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like, if you got a smile on your face, your soul reflects it.
Yep. Approachable.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. Well, I'll tell you what, honey, I think I'm going to shut this thing down. I'm getting kind of tired.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. your time.
Yeah, 2:42. There's that palindrome again.
Yeah, it's 00:42 my time.
00:42. Yeah. Well, be careful. You're right there near Illuminati headquarters, I believe. with the.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? There's a bigger CIA presence, I'm told, in Denver than anywhere else.
Yeah, I can imagine you're not too far from Cheyenne Mountain as well, are you?
Correct. Oh, I was going to mention something really bizarre that happened. I flew into, this will be a short story. I flew into Reno, 12 or 13. I had to go there to get my pump filled because I lived in Winnemucca.
Mm-hmm.
And we were here for like 2 years on a job assignment and decided, yeah, we'll stay. So Obama's plane comes in. His mine is like getting ready to leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they shut the entire airport down. And my cell phone didn't have a camera at the time. I mean, it did, but I had one of those they're not iPad, not iPhone, but they just did music and they had a little camera.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I had one of them little babies, right? So here's this presidential plane. I'm going to videotape this, right? I did. And I'm watching it all film, right? I had nothing, Dave.
It didn't even show up.
No. Well, it did when I was doing it.
Right. But it didn't. It was gone afterwards.
Blocked. Everything was blocked.
Wow.
I wasn't the only one. It was so bizarre. They've got this technology, and I'm like, man, they can do things that we have no idea. And they use telepathy too.
Mm-hmm.
They have those capabilities and that.
Voice to skull. Yeah.
Yes.
All kinds of shit.
It is bizarre, but yeah. I mean, I was like, how can you record something and not record? You know, how does your brain process that? But yeah. Well, I am going to wish everybody an absolutely awesome night, some sweet dreams.
Oh,
and
David.
Maybe be the best ever.
Daniel Becker says MP3 player. Is that what it was?
Yes.
There you go.
Well,
yeah.
That wasn't the word for it, but yeah, that's what it was. It was
I know what you mean. It was an I something, whatever. Everything's iPhone.
Yes.
It's all in the verbiage. It absolutely is. Well, I want to thank you for coming on, Barbara. It's always a pleasure. And also everyone else that participated, everybody in the chat, my friends. As I said, hit that like button on your way out. And as we always say, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get the fuck rid of him because he'll probably kill your ass. All right. So good night, everybody.